Hello. Hi there. How's it going? Mm. Everybody toasty. Everybody doing good. Cool, 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 cool. We're talking about the anime. Why are we talking about the anime? I was gonna get into other stuff first, but sure. Let me read the anime stuff real quick. I watched the Tiger's Den English episode. Umi VA also changed, but the way they did it is isn't scary or creepy. He's methodical. He's methodically set up to fail miserably. He's like a lion ready to pounce on an antelope, and it turns and stabs him with its horn. But that seems like a really weird interpretation because the whole thing is that Umi isn't supposed to be creepy or scary. He's just supposed to be mysterious. He's not supposed to be any of those things. He's just supposed to be mysterious. You don't know what the fuck his deal is. That's how he's supposed to feel. You don't know what the fuck his deal is. And he's meant to kind of scare you a little bit because of how he's being mysterious and weird, and all of his actions are supposed to be weird and scary to you initially. But that's the idea. It's like it's supposed to be about looking past the fear. So every time Umi shows up, it's about actually looking past him and not being scared of him. So he's not supposed to be scary, and he's not supposed to be pathetic or methodical or whatever the heck that is. I've given up on the anime, honestly. I haven't really given up on the anime. I've just stopped wanting it to be certain things. That's why, like, last time when we watched it, I was pretty fucking chill about it. I was just like, like, I know this anime won't ever be what I want it to be. So whenever it does cool stuff, great. Whenever it fails, I will call it out, but I won't, like, hyper fixate on it. Like, I know the anime isn't gonna live up to the manga. That's just a fact. And that's, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So I'm wearing the anime shirt right now, right? So I've just kind of accepted it. I don't hate the anime. I'm just kind of okay with what it is. If it does cool shit, like the creepy crap with Mommy, where it does the creepy fucking music when it creeps up on Mommy, I'm like, that's perfect. Cool shit like that. I like some cool stuff like when Chizuru's hitting the baseball and it literally times the flashbacks with every baseball hit. I thought that was kind of cool. Certain things like that I can appreciate. Now you know me. I don't really watch the English dub. I don't really care for that. So that's just my personal stance, but it is what it is. If anything, I'd watch anime once they reach chapter 390, which is going to take a whole 4 years. No, it's gonna get there. I considering they've made it to season 4, there's no way in hell they don't keep going. There's no shot in hell they don't keep going. We're getting a season 5 and we're getting a season 6. There's no shot in hell they don't keep going. They will. They totally will. This series is a money making machine for them. They will keep going. What the quality will be, that's a whole other story, right? What the quality will be, whole other story. I think the easiest way to make the go by faster is by trying to make rag movies. No, movies don't really work for this series. This isn't a series designed for films. Even like I remember when the movie arc was coming out, people were like, "Oh, we should make that into movies. We should make the movie arc into a movie." I'm like, "Did you read the movie arc? Did you actually read the movie arc? It literally can't be structured like a film because it's not written to be. It's literally segmented. It doesn't fit into a film. It doesn't that format literally doesn't work." So I just don't get, like, I don't agree with that. Rent a Girlfriend does not work as a films. It works better as literal, like, long running arcs because that's how it's fucking written. His new voice is too raspy and monotone. It's like somebody lost their voice and is trying to speak. Hi everyone. Hello. I think they can gather 50 chapters in 2 episodes and live up to the manga. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. That's a weird sentence. Anyways, today we're going to talk about what the point of this chapter was. Simply put, this is Minnie realizing, why the fuck are you listening to me? Straight up. This is literally what Minnie did here. This is Minnie realizing, why the hell are you listening to me? I think this is the best Minnie has ever done, specifically because she realized this. Why are you listening to me, dude? And I think this is when Minnie realized how she fucked up because she started to piece everything together. Now, what's interesting is there is a chapter that directly references the last chapter as well as this one, and Kazuya sees it firsthand how how Chizuru lies to Minnie about their personal relationship because she doesn't want Minnie to know. Let me show you. So the chapter I'm referring to takes place right after right after Kazuya and Chizuru first go to Chizuru's house. That's when this chapter takes place. I believe this is chapter 249. So chapter 249, Kazuya and Chizuru get back home and their house or their apartments are wrecked. They see Minnie there. And Minnie says, "Where were you headed?" Well, Chizuru says, "We just ran into each other." Mizuhara lied. This tiny little interaction, just this tiny little interaction after Kazuya and Chizuru get back and they see Minnie and she says, "Huh, are you together, the both of you?" And she tries to dig and she does the stupid Anya face. And Chizuru lies to her and Kazuya literally sees Chizuru lie. As we continue, Chizuru says, "What's all this about?" Minnie says, "The houses are wrecked. It's all gone." Then Minnie says, "Wasn't there an earthquake a little while ago? That took things over the edge." Huh? Yeah, an earthquake. He turns to Chizuru. She has no expression. I wonder what Mizuhara is thinking. She blanked out. Chizuru's blanking out. Notice how Kazuya literally saw what was going on. Notice how Kazuya should know better. That he literally had a private interaction with Chizuru. He saw her interact with Minnie, and she literally lied to Minnie about something personal. And Chizuru has never outright told Minnie everything. Even with Ruka, she didn't outright tell Minnie everything. Even in the 3-month time skip, she didn't outright tell Minnie everything. And yet, Kazuya just immediately trusts Minnie in this chapter that Chizuru told her everything. And immediately buys what Minnie said, that, "Oh, Chizuru just said, don't take it too seriously." I'm like, bro, does that sound like her? What the hell? What are you doing? So what this is saying is it's literally showing you how Kazuya just believes Minnie, even if he knows she's wrong. He's letting other people's influence dictate how he feels. He's not making choices for himself. He's not looking at the truth, and he's not looking at what his partner is saying. He's looking at what Minnie and other people are saying. And you can see this in a chapter slightly before this one. In chapter 245, Kazuya fixes things up with Kibe. Let me make sure I pull it up. Kazuya goes to school, and he sees Kibe, and he fixes stuff up with Kibe. Right? He clears stuff up with him. Kibe tells him at the very end, "If you break up now, I'll disembowel you with a chainsaw." Again, it's none of Kibe's business, and he realizes this later, that he's butting into their relationship. He's getting all up in their relationship without meaning to. Again. Kazuya gets home. But it's still a lie that we're dating. It's not like we've completely cleansed ourselves of our sins. What, you have to cleanse yourself of your sins? Do you see what's happening here? Right? If he were to know, he'd cut me down limb from limb. That's right. Even still. Kazuya overhears the news. Listen to what the news says. Regarding the issue of the Hera Cabinet's Chief Cabinet section receiving illegal payments, the investigation has reached a standstill. What did Chizuru say she was doing? Doing an investigation. Kazuya freaks out. He overhears this thing that has no relevance to him, and he freaks the fuck out. Maybe she's reached a conclusion. What are you on about? Notice how Kazuya, this is Kazuya's trauma. This is essentially Kazuya's trauma in a nutshell. He's constantly freaking out about what other people say because what is the thing that hurt him in Hawaiians? Everybody else's choices instead of his own. So Kazuya keeps building his choices around other people because what is happening in Hawaiians, his choices didn't matter. So constantly he's worried about what Chizuru is going to do instead of what he's actually going to do or what his agency or what he feels about the relationship in the situation. He's literally shaping and creating the world as he sees it. He's letting himself be afraid. by what other people say. This is Kazuya's trauma. This is why they needed to live together, so he can contrast what he's being told with what he's actually seeing and experiencing. That's the whole point of them living together. They lived an ideal life. They lived a kind of fake life together, but it was also real. And so you're contrasting fiction with reality. And that's really important for Kazuya's character. This is what this one was the breaking point for Kazuya here, where Kazuya got the ultimate confirmation of what he knows to be true. And what does he do? He listens to Minnie, who says something that just contradicted his reality, and he should fucking know better. He should know this. He should know this is bullshit. He should... Dude, you know her. What Reishi is doing here is constantly highlighting to you why Kazuya keeps being contradictory. Because on one minute, you're like, oh, he clearly sees Chizuru. He seemingly comes to understanding. You get to like a chapter or two later, someone says something, and Kazuya immediately believes them. That wasn't by coincidence. That Reishi was not writing that by coincidence for stupid purposes. Like, hey, oh yeah, look, I just reset the plot. No. He's literally highlighting how that Kazuya is doing this to himself. How Kazuya keeps letting other people tell him how to feel. But when he's his realist self, that doesn't fucking happen. When he's honest to himself, the world literally works around him. He shapes the world into what he wants it to be. And he doesn't realize how good how much power he actually has over his choices. But whenever people tell him otherwise, he just believes them. He lets himself bend to other people when he has so much power over the situation he's a part of. He's literally blinded by his fears. He's constantly being dragged between fear and love, constantly. And that's literally the arc in a nutshell. That's literally the date in a nutshell. Kazuya getting dragged back and forth between what other people say and what he actually feels. And so what makes this funny, what makes this work, is that it's kind of like a fucking skit. What this is it's kind of like a skit. It's a stupid skit on purpose that's supposed to be silly, and then you have this emotional moment that contrasts it all. And then Minnie overhears and just, what the fuck? And to me, this is the brilliance of Minnie's character in this moment. She's essentially saying, why are you listening to me? I don't know shit. She literally points out how I didn't know. Why were you listening to me? Why the hell are you why are you listening to me? What the hell? You know more than me. You're an idiot. What are you doing listening to me? I don't know shit. She's literally saying, I don't know shit. Why are you listening to me? Chizuru's-san never said anything about that. Now that I think about it, she was acting really weird. Wait a second. Yamori-san didn't know. Why was I listening to her? I never checked if what Minnie actually knew. I just took her at her word. I just believed her. And that's literally how misunderstandings work. That's literally how misunderstandings work. Instead of actually checking if what they're saying is true and actually digging a little deeper and making sure you understand what's actually happening, what do? You just take someone at their word. That's what it is. And this is essentially Kazuya's belief in people being challenged. Hey man, how about you just stop, just immediately trusting someone and actually double check and trust your instincts, right? Trust your instincts a little, because your instincts don't actually steer you wrong. That's why Kazuya's instincts always bring him back to Chizuru, and he knows better. But whenever he defines himself by fear, it never fucking works. Yeah. So literally what happens here, good quick point here. Kazuya asks his questions to the wrong person, I believe, without going to the source. This is the important part here. What Minnie is doing here is kind of what she did when she was with Chizuru. What did I tell you guys about chapter 387? When we were reading chapter 387, what is Minnie being like here? Right? What did I say Minnie was acting like here? She's being Kazuya. She's here to get answers. She's being Kazuya, right? She literally monologues like him. She points out how, oh my god, your food's so great. Oh my god, Chizuru is so pretty. She says all these things that Kazuya is literally thinking, right? She literally echoes her master. You see it in the cover too. She literally has this thing right here, just like Kazuya does, right? She literally, just like Kazuya, she has his headband. She has the spiral on her head, right? So Minnie is literally echoing Kazuya in this chapter. What's ironic is that she goes to Kazuya, and in some ways, she kind of does what Chizuru did to her. She's being what Chizuru did to her when she was there. She lies to get results. She lies to get what she wants. So she literally kind of acts like how Chizuru acted around her. That's the funny part. And isn't it interesting that Minnie is yet again wearing the Nerve hoodie? The direct reference to Evangelion. It's not even subtle. Hey, look, Evangelion, the deconstruction of, like, you know, people's mental scapes and, like, delving into how people literally put on masks, right? The whole symbol, the whole point of this symbol, it's a leaf, it's a clover leaf, or not a clover, it's just literally a leaf, and then half of the leaf is showing nerve. And it's literally supposed to be how she's wearing a mask. Minnie's fucking lying. Right? Minnie came here for a very specific purpose. Even right here, this shot right here, this should remind you of something. Kazuya is about to do something, right? She thinks she's about to get an answer from Kazuya here. So let me move myself. Right here, Minnie thinks she's about to get an answer from Kazuya. Then she says, huh? Oh. This should feel very familiar. She's being Chizuru here, but just not in the way that, like, we have come to understand, right? She's expecting a certain thing and getting something else. And that's pretty much what's going on with Minnie here. She's literally kind of being maybe date Chizuru in a sense. I think date Chizuru is a good example of this. So let's go to chapter 364. Chizuru asks Kazuya a question. Okay, Chizuru asks Kazuya a question, and he gives an answer, and she just says, oh. Oh. That's not what I wanted to hear. Minnie wants to hear certain things from Kazuya. She gets excited here because she thinks he's about to tell her something. She gets excited because she thinks he's about to tell her something. Kazuya is supposed to be giving answers, not asking questions. What does Kazuya do? He asks questions. What does Minnie go to Chizuru to do? Minnie goes to Chizuru to get answers, and Kazuya does not give her answers. Or sorry, Minnie goes to Chizuru to get answers. Chizuru does not give her answers. So she gets Kazuya to get answers. Instead, Kazuya asks her questions. See what happened? That's why Minnie is technically echoing Chizuru here. She's just throwing back at Kazuya what he himself is feeling. Just like Chizuru was throwing back at Minnie what she herself was feeling. She's literally echoing Chizuru here, just as when she was with Chizuru, she was echoing Kazuya. She's being the other characters, right? Only to realize, holy shit, what am I doing? I'm under a big fucking illusion. I gotta wake the hell up. And this is when Minnie's illusion broke because she realized what she was doing the whole time. She realized she wasn't being supportive. Kazuya was being stupid and listening to her. Why was he listening to her? He should know better. And I love this. I love the immediate realization on her face. I love the realization on her face. Holy shit. What the fuck is he doing? She still doesn't even know about the piggyback bringing on the second slap. Haha. Yeah. She doesn't know about the piggyback. She doesn't even know any of the details about the date itself. She has no details on the date itself. Nothing. She got like 2 sentences. Minnie doesn't know anything. Why is he listening to her? Why does he assume Chizuru would tell her everything? Chizuru never did in the past, right? Every time Minnie asks, Chizuru never tells her anything. But for some fucking reason, Kazuya thinks Chizuru will tell her everything. It's Kazuya's illusion that, like, oh, Chizuru, like, he literally keeps, Kazuya is such a dummy sometimes. He is. He totally is. He's being a complete dum-dum. Because he wants to define himself by fear. When he should know better. Literally, the whole point, remember what I said about the kiss when Chizuru kisses him? Eyes open, eyes closed. She's letting go. She's closing her eyes. She's letting herself dream. Kazuya needs to open his eyes and see the reality in front of him. And instead of doing that, he gets trapped in another illusion. Right? And he listens to Minnie. This is essentially telling Kazuya, stop being influenced by what other people say. Do what you want to fucking do, dude. And she just That's literally how you wake someone up, dude, right? You slap him across the face. Wake the fuck up, dude. So Minnie ironically realized what she was doing wrong the whole time. I think Minnie here realized what she was doing wrong the whole time. That she was just kind of getting in the way the whole fucking time. This is why Minnie was so effective here. She stopped acting on that element. It literally highlighted to you what Kazuya is doing, like how Kazuya's mentality functions. That's why we have the reference to Evangelion, a series that actively, consistently delves into the mentality of how people think about this shit, right? Like literally a deconstruction of your mental scape. Literally, it's literally like, bro, stop being a fucking idiot. Stop having a pity party for yourself. Wake the hell up. Your life is already happening. Do you think the celebratory dinner Chizuru cooked might click to Minnie? It could. It might click for her, be like, holy shit, she didn't make that for me. I'm an idiot. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense now. Because she was already getting clues. She was already getting clues that was the case. That dinner she made, it wasn't for her. Right? She never mentions it to Kazuya, but she's piecing it together. She's probably gonna realize, holy shit, that was never for me, was it? Yeah, Kazuya is asking questions to the wrong person. He should have asked these questions to Chizuru, not to Minnie. Mommy was not recast. I have to come find out. Minnie changes into the characters often just like a cosplayer. That's a great analysis. Minnie changes into the characters often just like a cosplayer. When around Chizuru, she's Kazuya, and when around Kazuya, she's Chizuru. At least how she interprets Chizuru, not necessarily how she actually is, right? Right, and she does what Chizuru wants to do, right? Minnie does what Chizuru wants to do, where she lets Kazuya open up to her, complain to her, tell her everything, right? Kazuya, this is what Chizuru wanted. This is what Chizuru wanted. Do you guys remember what the cover page read? This cover page, do you remember what this cover page read? Let me pull it up. The cover page literally reads, offer your joy, sadness, and even your worries to the altar. What is Kazuya doing? He's venting out his frustrations, his sadness, even some of his joy to Minnie. He tells her everything. This is what Chizuru wanted him to do. Instead, who does he do it with? He does it with Minnie. That's the idea. Minnie is literally taking Chizuru's spot, and she doesn't even realize she's doing this. This is what Chizuru wants. She wants him to tell her all this. She wants him to open up about all this, ask all these questions, say all these things. To literally let it all out like this. But instead, he does it with Minnie. Instead, he's here. And Minnie realizes this. That's why she says, why are you still wasting time here? Why are you with me? Why the hell are you with me? Go to her. Tell all this to her. What the shit's wrong with you? And like that's another thing too. In that sense, the title page has a double meaning. The title page has a double meaning in that sense because on one hand, is Chizuru offering up her, saying this is indicating she wants to share this with them, right? On the other, she's offering all this stuff up to the altar, praying it'll come back to her. She's offering all this up to them because she's worried. She wants them to come back, right? In this room, there's always two seating positions here. And then you add this third one to sit down here. It always has these two tatamis. You can see this in the Sumi chapter. It always has these two tatamis. And then you have you add this one to sit down in front of the altar. That's what Chizuru did for Sumi. When Sumi came over, you can literally see a place like this. And so this chapter has a constant thematic element of pairs, where you have two pictures right here, two tatami pieces right here, and then two things on the table, the phone and the key. Literally, and it's all contrasted by the third layer, the third person, right? Two things that belong to Chizuru, two seats that belong to Kazuya and Minnie, who are part of Chizuru's family, two things that belong to Chizuru too. It's literally three. It's literally about having the two things that make it a three. And so literally the whole idea is those two things that are missing, the constant repeating element of two things being missing from the third. And yeah, that's the element here. That's the sadness here, bro. Chizuru's sitting on her own while these two are out here partying. And it's like, what the hell? Right? So it would be interesting. It'd be interesting if they end up going back home. So both Kazuya and Minnie go to Chizuru's place And that kind of lines up with the next time. After all, it's a certain victory. After all, why not? We already won. Why can't we go back? Do you see how that kind of works? So it'd be like the reverse of the Izakaya. So whereas before Chizuru asks to come, maybe they invite her or they go to her place, just like Minnie goes to Kazuya's place to drink. Here they either go to her place, right? Because at the end of the cohabitation, where do they end up going? Where do they end up going? What does Kazuya want before the cohabitation starts? He wants to live with Chizuru. Minnie blurts that out. So what if here, like they go to her place? Just as in the very end of that arc, they go to her place. So it's a very real possibility they could end up going to her place. Yeah, it's a wake-up call for both Minnie and Kazuya. Kazuya got a big wake-up slap. Minnie got a realization in realizing Chizuru lied to her. Minnie started realizing why Chizuru's lying to her. Because Chizuru would lie to Minnie regularly. Chizuru would not tell him things to Minnie regularly. Minnie now realizes, oh, that's why she's doing that. Because she doesn't want me to know. It's none of my fucking business. I'm being really invasive with my girlfriend. That's literally Chizuru's Minnie's girlfriend, but Minnie's being super invasive about it. Now Minnie's going to start realizing how she keeps getting into Chizuru's business and into Kazuya's business, not realizing she's actually separating them. Like, this is literally Minnie's wake-up call. Hey, you keep butting into their business, and I get you have good intentions, but you're making one of them feel cornered and one of them confused. And that's, Minnie realized that. Minnie learned how to be a better friend here. When Minnie hears about the piggyback ride, she's gonna give Kazuya a spinning back fist or a flying knee. She's gonna give him an electric wind god fist, but I don't think she will. I actually don't think she will. Kazuya knows Chizuru. He's only unaware of the fact. Yeah, Kazuya knows Chizuru. He just no. He's not unaware of this fact. He keeps telling himself he is. Kazuya keeps lying to himself. Literally like Chizuru was lying to herself in the 3-month time skip. Kazuya is lying to himself. He's intentionally creating a situation to validate his fears and his traumas. He's lying to himself. He knows what the truth is. He just keeps lying to himself. And this is that wake-up call to stop lying to yourself, right? Just as Minnie told Chizuru, stop lying to yourself and face this head on, here's Minnie telling Kazuya, stop lying to yourself. You know what the truth is. Ideally, after the kiss, Kazuya should have come back to Chizuru that night and asked all the questions he wanted to ask. But he instead wasted time trying to think on it on his head about the kiss. Yeah, that was stupid as hell. That was stupid as hell. Chizuru is a damsel in distress, in my opinion. No, she's not. No, she's not. Dude, Chizuru carried the entire cohabitation on her goddamn back. She carried so much of this story on her back, on her own. Chizuru isn't a damsel in distress. She's actually as strong as Kazuya thinks she is. And you literally didn't notice. You're so busy looking at her in a certain way, you don't realize how fucking strong she actually is. That she's literally powering through this all on her own. And you got clues of this. You got clues of this in the date. In the date, you got clues of this. That, like, she had this blister the entire time, didn't say a damn word, kept going through it, kept powering through it until she literally couldn't walk. Didn't say a fucking word. No, dude. Chizuru has no reason to not be with him. She loves him. She knows he loves her. So the reason she isn't dating him is because he's not more honest with him is a dumb reason. He's not more honest with him isn't more reason. What? You don't know Chizuru's reasoning. You don't know Chizuru's reasoning. You're making an assumption. You're making assumptions on Chizuru's reasoning. You don't know her reasoning. You're making a whole bunch of assumptions, man. I don't know why you're here, but you're operating on a whole lot of assumptions onto why Chizuru was acting the way that she does. If you genuinely believe this, I recommend going back to my earlier streams where I discuss this in very much detail. But Chizuru's reasoning is not because, all that stuff you were just talking about. It's because Kazuya was literally pretending to be someone else, and even in her most honest self, she couldn't get him to open up. And he kept isolating her and making her feel alone. All Chizuru wanted was acceptance, and Kazuya kept giving her fake answers. In so doing, making her feel alone. The reason Chizuru kept doubting herself, because Kazuya wasn't being honest. One minute he's being honest, and she knows who the real him is. On the other, he's seemingly lying and pretending to be someone else. In so doing, what is Kazuya doing? Kazuya is constantly making her feel insecure and not knowing if she's making the right decision. The reason Chizuru keeps doubting herself about why she's making if she's making the right choice or the wrong choice, because Kazuya keeps doing that shit. Kazuya keeps acting and pretending to be someone else when she keeps telling him, "Don't do that. Just be honest with me." And he keeps pretending to be another person constantly. And so the rejection needed to happen to give him a fucking wake-up call, to stop acting like this other person and be his honest self. And that's why on the walk home, she falls in love. Because he completely accepts her despite everything going wrong. What is the one thing Kazuya doesn't fucking do in the relationship? He never asks her again, like he used to in the past, "Are you okay? You can talk to me. Don't feel cornered." He keeps trying to act a certain way. He keeps trying to confess. He's been trapped in the confession. What does Kazuya say in like chapter 377 or 78? What does he fucking say? No, 377. Went to the wrong one. Look at the conclusion Kazuya comes to at the end of this. "I guess when push comes to shove, I might have to tell her my feelings." Almost like he hasn't this entire time. Almost like he's been hiding that this entire fucking time. And go through this arc. Read through it very carefully. What is Kazuya doing? Every time she asks a question, he says the right answer, not his actual answer. Every time. And in the end, Chizuru has to give her answer. Chizuru answers her own question and hopes to get acceptance from him, because that's what Chizuru wants. That's what Chizuru wants. All Chizuru actually wanted in the entire relationship is simply acceptance. She wanted to feel safe, at peace, understood, seen, and accepted. That's it. That's literally all Chizuru wanted. And Kazuya kept not doing that. But he did before. So you have these contradicting things happening. On one hand, you know who the real Kazuya is. On the other, Kazuya is literally constantly putting on a fucking wall, not being his honest self, actively, consistently shaping himself by the reality around him instead of the reality he is actually living in. The dude is literally living his goddamn dream, and he keeps telling himself, "Oh, this isn't what's actually happening." He keeps lying to himself. And you see how much he's struggling, but he needed to get fucking rejected so he'll wake the hell up. And there's a lot of references to this. I've mentioned in the past streams that when Kazuya and Minnie were on their practice date, Reishi specifically references Don Quixote. He has Minnie sing a song from a store that is directly referenced and inspired by Don Quixote. That song is literally, that story about Don Quixote is literally about a dude who keeps living in a fantasy until reality literally catches up to him. And he has to die and realize he lived in a fantasy. In contrast, you have Minnie, who's the realist, the pragmatist, who by the end of the story starts actually becoming a dreamer herself, starts believing in a dream. Throughout most of this arc, Kazuya is being a pragmatist. He's not being his usual dreamer self. All that stuff, all the dreamer stuff in his head. He never lets it out. He never expresses it. And Chizuru knows the real him. Reishi intentionally parallels this specific date with the cheer up date, where what happens in the cheer up date? Chizuru is actively putting on a mask, protecting herself, right? But because it's a fake date, Kazuya's real self reaches her. In contrast, this is supposed to be their realist self. So if Chizuru's realist self literally can't reach him, can't make him happy, and she feels like she's asking too much constantly, that's what the rejection actually tells you. Chapter 380, everything she says, just flip it over, and suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense. When Chizuru says, but considering my lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I don't think this is something I can jump into right now. Flip the meaning. Suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense. I'm asking too much of you. I'm the problem. I'm a burden. I'm asking too much. He literally makes her feel like a burden. And he doesn't realize he's doing this. Kazuya in this entire time is not here. Kazuya left. Kazuya was ghosting her in the date, and he didn't even realize he was fucking doing this. Because he's constantly fluctuating between being his realist self and being this illusion, this fear. That's why the arc starts with the theme of fear. That's why they literally go to a haunted place. That's why literally so much of this arc grapples with fear as an element, as a theme. That's why it's called koi. Koi in particular, there's a million ways, there's like 3 different ways to say love in Japanese. Koi is one of the most painful ones because koi is literally deals with the pain of love. That love is so strong, your emotions are so fucking strong that it can actually feel painful. That's the truth of this date, is that Chizuru is actually seriously in pain here, and Kazuya realizes this. Kazuya literally realizes, holy shit, she was crying. Like, he literally tells Minnie right here, I think she was crying. And what did Chizuru tell him in chapter 379? What did Chizuru tell him in chapter 379? She lied. Chizuru lies right here. Since that one time, I haven't cried, right? I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if I'm covering it. Right here, she says, since that one time, she's referring to the cheer update. Right here, she's referring to the cheer update. She says, since that one time, I haven't cried. You see the cheer update right here. This is a lie. Do you know how we know it's a lie? In chapter 250, you see her in her home crying. You literally see her in her home crying. She's lying to him and trying not to show that she's crying. She's literally trying to show him how she's okay so he doesn't feel bad for her and stay. That's what happens in 383. Do you want to know the reason in 383 she's constantly hiding her head? She's constantly hiding her face here in 383. So, you stay. She's constantly hiding her face. You literally never see her face. Look at this. You never see her face. She always hides it. You only get glimpses, little pieces. And she says right here, if I were you, I'd hate someone like me. And he realizes right here, she was fucking crying. She's goddamn crying right here. This fucked her up. Like, think about, why would she cry if she didn't care? Why would she cry if she was just stringing him along? It doesn't add up. And it's because she doesn't want to let him go. She wants to be with him, but she keeps thinking she's not making him happy. He's not his honest self with her. He's constantly acting like a completely different person around her. She feels like she's causing him trouble, when that's an illusion, and he needs to wake the fuck up and realize how he's hurting the person he seemingly loves. Like, Kazuya needs to realize what the fuck he's doing wrong. You can't be in a relationship with someone and just act like this, right? Kazuya just needs to be his realest self, and things will work out. But he needs to stop defining himself with trauma. Just as in the 3-month time skip, Chizuru had to face her fear and literally toughen up and just face that shit head on. This is when Kazuya needs to. And people don't realize this because we're seeing it from Kazuya's POV. You're seeing it from Kazuya's perspective. So you constantly worry about him. You care about him. You saw how much he fucking tried. You saw how hard he worked. But the truth is simply this. Kazuya has let himself be dictated by fear, and he needs to be tough again. He needs to toughen up and face this shit head on. That's just the truth. Life isn't gonna fucking wait for you. That's just the truth. And that doesn't mean it has to be painful. But it means that you can actually have everything you want while facing the reality in front of you. And Kazuya didn't. Kazuya wants to support Chizuru, and yet he's seemingly never actually doing that. He does it occasionally. He does it here and there. Like, for instance, like the few times she mentions, he does actually do that stuff. But those are here and there. Those are here and there. Kazuya literally isn't always there. This is pretty much saying, Kazuya, you need to start being consistent. That's Kazuya's big issue. He's not consistent. He's fluctuating. He's kind of jumping back and forth between like a bunch of different things. He's not being consistent with himself and what he wants to do. He keeps acting in different ways. He keeps not talking to her. He keeps not being honest with her. And in so doing, it made Chizuru feel cornered. But then Chizuru sees the real him here, right? She literally saw how he believed in her and accepted her despite what happened, and she tossed all worries aside. In this moment, Chizuru tossed all worries aside, and she keeps saying no, so the real him keeps saying yes. That's why she keeps saying no. The real him can say yes. There's a lot of layers to the no Chizuru says here. She's devolving into a kid. She's saying all this stuff. It's just so she can hear that. Yes, it's confirmed there's a break next week. There's a lot of layers to this entire sequence and why Chizuru really fell in love here. And it's literally like, Kazuya is not a bad person, but he needs to stop being afraid. And he needs to face this shit head on. And that's why the next chapter is 389. 389 is, 9 is the number of pain. 9 can be read like the word for pain or suffering. And it makes sense because you have to face that pain eventually. This is why when Umi shows up, the last chapter that Umi's there, Kazuya overhears the confession and it's chapter 289. That's when Kazuya first hears it. And that's why the chapter 290 and above is actually a very happy arc, but it deals with Kazuya's insecurities. It deals with that shit Kazuya keeps fucking running away from. And he needs to face that head on. And like actually realize Chizuru's the one who's actually not giving up. Right? Kazuya may not have given up, but he's not trying. He's not trying as hard as he thinks he is. And he's become comfortable and content, and he needs to stop being comfortable. That's why Chizuru takes down the veil. He needs to stop being comfortable. He needs to face this shit. I can't remember if Minnie asked this, but she asked a question to Kazuya that does he like Chizuru as herself or Chizuru the rental girlfriend? And no, not quite. Chizuru said this in chapter 239 after the 3-month time skip. Minnie tells him, you should have said this. That wasn't the right answer. Because Chizuru would have immediately... She tells him you should have said you love the real her. Chizuru would have retaliated by saying, who's the real me? Right? The problem is that Kazuya's answer at the time was in fact correct. Kazuya's answer at the time, when telling Chizuru, perhaps you can't be your full honest self all the time, that's actually more of a correct approach. Because Chizuru's answer was about acceptance. When Chizuru asks him, do you love, maybe the real person you love is Chizuru Mizuhara, is Chizuru struggling to accept the Mizuhara? Not Chizuru asking if he loves Mizu, not actually if Kazuya loves a fake. She knows better. Chizuru knows better, but she's looking for acceptance. This is Chizuru struggling to accept herself, and she wants to show this element of herself that she considers bad to Kazuya so that, you know, it's kind of like confirmation bias. It's kind of fear coming out, and she's worried she's going to be hated. That's literally what that scene is. When Chizuru asks, do you love Chizuru Mizuhara? She's worried she's going to be hated. That's why she's asking that question. That maybe you won't like the real me. Maybe the real me is bad, but what does Kazuya do in chapter 383? He accepts a complete fuck-up version of her, and he doesn't care. That's literally what he needed to do. Kazuya just needed to accept her, just be there for her, and just tell her, I'm always on your side. That's it. It's not that hard. Well, I guess it kind of was, but he was facing his traumas, okay? Yes, the practice state is Kazuya is pretty much Don Quixote and Minnie is Sancho. Pretty much. In the date, Kazuya was so distracted that he did not notice that Chizuru was hurt by her blister. We know that she hid it, even though he should be more aware of the situation. Asked her if... Yeah, he never checks on her. Did you notice that? Kazuya never checks on her, says, are you okay? Are you doing great? Chizuru is literally leading the entire date. And she lets him lead occasionally, but Kazuya never, like, checks in on her. Are you doing okay? Do you want to talk? What's on your mind? He never asked this. But when does he? There's a point where Kazuya does ask, and I've talked about it extensively. There's one portion where Kazuya does in fact ask, and it's here. And Chizuru just answers him. When did you get that? Near the beginning. So the whole time, is it your right foot only? My left too. It's not as bad as my right though. A blister on both feet. This looks like it really hurts. Did she really go on the entire date with dealing with this? Why didn't you say anything? Because it's not right. You put so much work into everything, it wouldn't be fair to ruin it because of me. What the hell's wrong with you? Like, like literally, if your friend heard this, they'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why didn't you ask her? Why didn't you ever check up on her? How could you not notice this? You know Chizuru likes to go through shit alone. You know Chizuru always carries the burden alone. You know this. You said this multiple times to yourself. How could you be so blind? Right? I see. She also got new shoes, huh? She prepared for everything and dealt with the pain because she didn't want to ruin the mood. I didn't notice it at all. That's how important this date was to her. Just knowing that makes me so happy. That's how important this was to her. He knows this was important to her. So why in the holy fuck does he believe Minnie when she says this crap? Why in the holy fuck does he believe Minnie when she says this crap? When he knows better.
you're supposed to piece it together. You're supposed to realize how Kazuya's fears are fucking blinding him. His literal worst instincts are blinding him. This is, when people say chapter 218 has no meaning, this is all chapter 218. This is all that moment where he was rejected. He's fixating on that. He won't let that. It's literally the trauma of rejection, and it doesn't even stem from Chizuru. It stems from Mommy. Mommy's the one who did this. Mommy is the reason Hawaiians played out like it did. And it was all a misunderstanding. But Kazuya kept feeling powerless. He's let himself feel powerless, and that was the point of Hawaiians. The point of Hawaiians was to highlight a very specific thing about the characters. Specifically, Kazuya. That he never actually overcame his insecurity of feeling like he can't do anything. That never went away. That fear, that insecurity, Kazuya was never stable in that sense. In the movie arc, he felt confident. He felt like he could do things, and he had other people to support him. But could he actually do it alone? And literally, he couldn't see himself doing it. He kept, every time he failed, it added up in his mind. I'm a failure, I'm powerless, I want to disappear, I can't fucking do this. And you literally see this in the words Kazuya says here. You literally see this in the words Kazuya says here. Every time he says something terrible, he says, I should just die. Every time he says it, I should just die. I should just like die. He says it like 4 times, every time. He even says it again here. Again and again. He keeps saying it. He keeps saying it over and over. It's fundamentally contradictory, but it reflects where Kazuya mentally is. That he's afraid to face this pain of rejection because how much it hurt before. That's why Shu 18 specifically echoes back to chapter 1. And the pain he felt then is just extrapolated tenfold. It's 10 times more painful for him. It hurts way fucking more now. And his mind is literally turning on him. That chapter is good. It's just a chapter where you have to just not like freak out because, oh shit, it depicted sex. That would have been a long walk too, and he finally let himself out. The caring, kind, strong Kazuya, not the scared, traumatized Kazuya. And that's the sad part. That's the sad part, is like even when broken and traumatized, the real him was still there. He was still hidden underneath there. Kazuya was never gone. That's the kind of the brilliance of the cohabitation saga. Kazuya was never actually gone. He was still there. Kazuya was still there. He wasn't fully gone. He was still underneath there somewhere. And he showed himself. He showed himself multiple times. He showed himself that he was still there. But Minnie kept giving fuel to the fire that is Kazuya's insecurity. And I think it's important to go down that rabbit hole to see how low you could truly go to get rejected again and then face that anyway. Kazuya needed to get rejected because that was his biggest fear. That was Kazuya's biggest fear is that rejection. He needed to face that head on. In that same way, Chizuru's biggest fear was time seemingly running out. And she needed to face that head on, only to realize time was never going to run out with Kazuya. That was never going to happen. That was an illusion. That was a misunderstanding she created. And there was also, and I think the best way I can describe it to you is the characters are essentially dealing with 2 different kinds of horrors. And the arc definitely grapples with horror. I'm referring to the date in particular. So the date in particular has 2 different kinds of horrors. And it's a story that does definitely deal with horror by design. I think chapter 370 is when they go into the murder lodge. Yeah, the murder lodge, like this is when they go into that. This is a story that deals with 2 different kinds of horrors. And experiencing the other person's horror allows them to understand themselves and their partner better. Kazuya's horror is the horror of the unknown. It's the horror of like what's going to happen. He doesn't know what's going to happen. And so his fear is of rejection, right? So for him, it's the horror of the unknown. He doesn't know what's going to happen, and that scares him. Chizuru's horror is the horror of despair. Or not despair, desperation. Desperation. Chizuru's horror is of desperation. So with desperation, it's feeling cornered, right? With desperation, it's about feeling cornered from every conceivable angle. With Kazuya's horror, it's a little different because you don't know what's like literally next door. You don't know what the fuck you're going to experience next. So literally, Chizuru here in this chapter experiences unknown horror. She experiences Kazuya's horror in a sense, whereas Kazuya slowly starts to experience Chizuru's horror, which is desperation, and that matches what the characters are fundamentally struggling with, which is that Chizuru struggles with Ruka. What is Ruka's whole thing? She's desperate, right? Ruka's whole thing is that she's fucking desperate. Kazuya's whole thing is Umi. What is Umi? Large, massive, and mysterious, right? Just like the ocean. The ocean is mysterious, right? It's boundless freedom, and yet it's also mysterious. You don't know what you're experiencing. And that matches the characters. Here, Chizuru is literally is talking about if love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. And yet, when faced with true primal unknown fear, literally the fear of the fucking darkness, where you can't see anything, she turns to love. You don't care about giving anymore. None of that fucking matters when you're truly fucking scared. When you're literally faced with like fear you can't comprehend or see. Literally in the goddamn darkness. So literally her ideals crumble in the face of true fear. That this idea of what she thought she needed to be, the thing she thought she needed to reach crumbles. Because that's not really true. Love is a give and take. It's both. You don't just... Chizuru just wants to give, and Kazuya just... Chizuru just wants to give, right? And Kazuya also just wants to give. Not realizing it's a give and take. You need to do both, right? Kazuya just wants to give her constantly, and she just wants to give him constantly, and they keep clashing in that sense. Not realizing it's literally give and take. And literally the whole point of the arc, as you're going through it, is that both of what they're thinking is right and wrong. That's the whole idea. Separately they're wrong. Together they're correct. That's literally the whole idea of the date. When they're constantly talking about what they think is correct, they're wrong. But whenever they talk about it together, they're literally right. So, yeah. I guess that's one part I kind of want to delve into. Let me read the chat again. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do next week with no chapter. We're going to get no heads or theories. As Minnie said, love will eventually overcome fear and things are going to work out. Yeah, but love has to face fear to overcome it. You don't just overcome it. You have to actually see the fear. Have a good night. The question pretty much framed the date. Kazuya's questions were shallow and stupid, and Chizuru's were serious and important. That's actually incorrect. So the whole point was that Chizuru's questions were too serious, and Kazuya's questions were not serious enough. That's actually a better way of putting it. They're on completely different wavelengths. Kazuya's questions were not necessarily bad, but they weren't talking to her. He wasn't really talking to her. Chizuru's questions were too fucking serious. It felt like marriage questions, which made Kazuya feel a little more cornered. And the questions were actually more about her, rather than anything else. Kazuya's questions were about protecting himself, but so were Chizuru's. Chizuru's questions were also coming from a sense of fear, that she was hoping to get some sort of acceptance from Kazuya, and Chizuru becomes more and more desperate because time is running out every second, and she needs to make a decision. In contrast, Kazuya, for him, it's not about time, it's about trying to reach some sense of control. Kazuya just needs some sense of control. So he asks questions that are inoffensive. His questions are just inoffensive. So that way, it can't be bad or it can't be good either, right? They're literally on opposite extremes. Kazuya's are too safe, Chizuru's are too extreme. And they're constantly clashing, and Chizuru makes Kazuya feel cornered, whereas Kazuya then slowly becomes just more prepared for whenever Chizuru asks a question and afraid to answer honestly. They're making each other feel cornered without realizing it. Next chapter will be a victory for Kazuya. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. It says it's a certain victory. After all, it's a certain victory. I'd have to double check like what that specifically means. So I'll just do that right now. I'll just ask my friend, be like, hey, what does that like actually mean? Like, is there like, and there's also another thing I want to check. There's like, oh, there it is. Okay. The blister represents all of Chizuru's struggles. Yep. And on her heel, no less. I have a feeling certain victory will come from Minnie. Or it could be Kazuya on a high, right? This is the major flaw of Kazuya. Kazuya? His fears are leading him to the right answer, but he always pushes back when he's afraid. So he goes with a completely different answer, which is the wrong answer. Yeah, like literally he says the right answer in his head. He says the right answer in his head, but he keeps going back on it, right? Doubting himself. He doesn't trust him. Ruben, are you just here to be stupid? Because if you are, you might just get banned, dude. Like, just be warned right off the bat. If you're just here to be stupid, just gonna fucking ban you. I don't care. Kazuya needs to step up and face his insecurities and trauma to get his victory. How long will it take the author to give him some character development? Kazuya actually already had all of his character development, if not most of it. And if you genuinely think Kazuya has not had character development, that's baffling to me. Kazuya had a lot of character development. Literally, this entire arc is literally him finding himself. This entire arc is literally him really fucking grappling with himself and like fighting himself. Look at when he asks her out. Straight up, look at when he asks her out. Like, this was hard for him. I'm not saying Kazuya is like useless or anything, but look at him. He's fucking in tears. He's facing something really goddamn hard. This is hard for him. Facing this stuff, that's not easy for him. Other people will laugh, but when you're facing your traumas and your insecurities and you're actually doing something and you actually feel like you can achieve something, you will fall apart and cry like this too. Kazuya's biggest fear is that he thinks he can't do anything. It's not literally just Chizuru. He's not just crying for Chizuru here. He's not just crying because a girl said yes to him. He's crying because he feels like he has some fucking agency over his life. He feels like he can actually do something, anything, which is literally the struggle of Hawaiians. What this is doing is hitting at the core of who you are. That's what relationships are. People think Kazuya has not changed at all in this entire arc. He has. He's facing a lot of his fears. Relationships are where you really, really have to fucking struggle with your insecurities and your character. You really get fucking tested. And this is Kazuya being very much tested, and so was Chizuru. Both the characters are being tested with their fears, their insecurities, and what they're going through. Chizuru has faced her fears. She's really powered through them now. Now it's Kazuya's turn, right? Chizuru literally took a leap of faith. Chizuru literally took a leap of faith. Now Kazuya needs to start facing the cruel reality in front of him. That things can be tough, but you'll still get what you want. Kazuya needs to start realizing what's in front of him, right? He needs to start facing his fears. So Chizuru took a leap of faith, which is what she needed to do, right? Kazuya now needs to start trusting her and like literally choose to completely trust her. He already went through the arc of trust. Now he needs to just like see everything for what it is and like actually see her. Chizuru has complete faith in him now. Kazuya needs to just start seeing her now instead of his fears. They're literally reaching like the result of their character development. To say Kazuya has had no character development is fucking nonsense. I completely adamantly disagree with that. To say Kazuya has had no character development is nonsense. But he's reached the end Literally, it's like you've reached the end, like you've reached the door to the character development, if you will, like to like the character arc, if you will, and you kind of want to turn around, right? You're like, it's too close, it's too bright, I'm a little scared, and it's like, no, stop chickening out at the very last second, right? You got this. Don't doubt yourself. You got this. Stop chickening out at the very last second. That's what this is. Kazuya needs to be as honest and earnest as he was during the walk home. That's how he'll always win, when you don't make yourself what you think people want because people only want you for you. Yeah. Every time I think about the 30-day cohabitation, any small inconvenience she protected him from, toilet sounds, cooking, TV, bath timing, everything, she wanted him to feel comfortable. And that's the problem. That's actually kind of part of the problem, Carlos. That's actually part of the issue. Chizuru was too protective. I've said this in chapter 384. Reiji very intentionally references Finding Nemo. Reiji very intentionally references Finding Nemo. And Chizuru literally goes behind the veil of protection. But the irony is this veil isn't for her, it's for him. This veil is for him. She put this up for him. Do you remember when she put it up? A curtain. For what it's worth, this is dividing line between our living spaces and yours. I thought we won't need to tiptoe around each other all the time this way. The changing room here is pretty cramped, so I want to avoid the situation where someone accidentally comes out of wearing a bath towel. Now that she mentions this, that's certainly important. Kazuya thinks she doesn't trust him. In reality, she's putting it up because she thinks it bothers him. I drain the hot water at night too, so if you want to take a bath, better do it early. Either way, I think it's better if the girls go in first. Boundaries, huh? Well, we are a guy and two girls living together. It's only natural. I guess she doesn't really trust me after all. I'd be lying if I said don't feel bad about it. She notices this. She notices this contradiction. Kazuya keeps sending mixed signals. On one hand, he wants to live with her. On the other, he feels like he's worrying her and he's causing her burdens. So what does she do? She gives him a key with a keychain on it. Our schedules are all different, and it'll be an issue if we don't have one. Is this really okay? Well, I had a lot to say, but it's not like I don't trust you. Now that it's done, let's do all we can to make living together work. Consider the fish a small gift. Let's try and get along as housemates. She trusts you. She's not putting this up because she doesn't trust you. She's putting this up to help you feel comfortable. You dingus. I love Kazuya. Please understand, I love Kazuya. I'm just saying this. The reason this was up is to give him safety. Because he kept feeling like he was uncomfortable around her. And she wants him to stay. So what does Chizuru do when Kazuya leaves? What does Chizuru do when Kazuya leaves? She takes the curtain down. The curtain of safety is down for him. She's not going to protect him anymore. Right? Chizuru realized her biggest mistake was constantly protecting him. He doesn't need to be babied. Kazuya doesn't need to be babied. Just like Marlin couldn't keep protecting his son in Finding Nemo. Right? You had to trust him. You had to make sure you had to have faith in him. That's the whole idea. Kazuya gets a Finding Nemo keychain because he's literally Nemo. And Nemo is way more comfortable than he realized. Way more not comfortable. Competent, way more competent than he thought he was. That was the whole point. Minnie is Dory. Kazuya is Nemo. Chizuru is Marlin. So what's your prediction for next chapter? So my prediction is that since it mirrors the Izakaya, which and in that one, if you guys remember, the Izakaya happens just before they move in with each other. In chapter 251, Minnie texts Chizuru, and then Chizuru texts back saying, "Having fun, are we?" Minnie texts Chizuru, Kazuya drunk. Chizuru says, "Having fun, are we?" Kazuya gets pissed at Minnie, right? And then Chizuru says, cool if I come. They freak out. Holy shit. And then Chizuru goes over. So what if this time, one, we already have a difference. One, it's in Kazuya's place. It's not in an izakaya. Two, we're already seeing similar panels, except Minnie goes to Kazuya. She doesn't ask to meet up. She goes to him. So what if maybe they either invite Chizuru, right? They invite her. Hey, do you want to come? Or they go to her. So there you go. The ring is coming into play very, very soon. The one shot 2 chapters ago. It's just sitting there. Too important now. When Kazuya and Chizuru have kids, where are they gonna let their kids watch? Are they? Whoa, 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 whoa. Not gonna read that. The teaser simply, which is the line Minnie says in the Japanese page, "You've won," in the English version. Wait. So the teaser is just Minnie's line right here. Well, in page 18. Okay, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So let's go to that page. Load, please. Thank you. So I think they said it was these two right here. I'm seeing other things though. Yeah, I'm seeing other stuff. So yes, this is right here. This is true, right? This is there. I see that. But there's other things. There's literally other stuff written. So it doesn't seem like the teaser simply adds that to that, which is the line Minnie says in Japanese, "You've won," in the English version. Yeah. So because it's, yeah, because you won. Yeah. I do think it's pretty funny that they're talking about it like it's a victory, when the true victory is just being with someone, right? To share your life with them. It is funny how they're talking about it. And I do think like Kazuya will probably discuss that. It's like maybe the real victory was just actually being with her, not all this nonsense. Not like winning her over, right? Kazuya, it's not about winning the person over, right? It's about actually like being with them, living with them. So she put it up at the start of the cohabitation to make sure Kazuya is comfortable. Yes, we've talked about this in the past. I gotta put some of these earlier streams together talking about this stuff. But like we were literally talking about how the reason Chizuru did all these contingencies when Kazuya was living with her is to make sure Kazuya felt comfortable. There's a misunderstanding. But now she's taking down the veil, letting him be comfortable. You even see symbolism of this when they go to eat. So when they're in the hot pot place, notice what happens. When they're in the hot pot place, notice what happens. When they first get there, Chizuru is skimming the broth. Right? She's drinking, but she's literally skimming the broth. Trying to find the picture, yeah. And then she stops skimming it, and she looks at him, and she gets very direct with him. Right? She gets very direct with him. And when Chizuru's very direct, it actually scares Kazuya a little bit. But because she stops skimming the broth, another thing happens. She actually becomes super honest too. So it's strong. It hits like crazy, right? Because she's, you're not lessening the blow anymore, right? You're actually like hitting it full force now. But at the same time, you're also super honest. So you're actually showing yourself. So to Kazuya, it feels like whiplash. In reality, this is just the real Chizuru, right? On one hand, she wants him to properly think these through. She puts him to a higher standard. She challenges him. On the other, she's also being really fucking honest and talking about how she actually feels. And that's literally what's happening. That's what the veil being taken down is. It's Chizuru's like, I'm not gonna hold back my punches now for a very simple reason. When Chizuru is down, a total mess, and she can't do anything, what is Kazuya able to do? He carries her, all of her burdens, all of her loads, literally all of her crap, and still keeps walking. He literally can carry all of this. He literally showed her, I can carry all this. None of this is a burden to me. None of this, you're not actually causing me any problems. None of this is a burden. And so when Chizuru realized she's not a burden to him, literally no matter how much weight she adds on his back, he'll fucking carry it. She realized she doesn't need to constantly baby him so much, constantly take care of him, constantly trying to make him feel comfortable. Kazuya can handle it. He's not actually that weak. This is what this chapter is saying. Kazuya is actually not that weak. Whenever she says no and he counters, that's another layer to that. Kazuya is literally countering the rejection because he's not that weak that a rejection will make him stop, right? He'll keep walking. He'll literally keep walking. That's the whole idea, is that Kazuya isn't as weak as he appears. He's way stronger. But you need to stop taking your punches easy. You need to be super honest about what you're feeling. You need to show your full self in its honesty. And that's why Chizuru appears the way that she does in chapter 384 and 385. Literally just being expressionless, because that's Chizuru. She's not always emotive. Chizuru isn't always emotive. Chizuru is sometimes like this. That's just a part of Chizuru. She wants to do something, she doesn't know what to do. She has a lot on her mind, but that's a part of Chizuru. And she's not giving him an easy way out. She's not going to give Kazuya an easy way out. And when he still makes his choice, in the heat of the moment, it just comes out of her. She makes the decision. This is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. Was this fully planned? I don't think so. I think this kiss wasn't fully planned. But when she did it, she was completely confident in it, and she let go of all of her walls. Because she really saw Kazuya could handle this. He's not going to give up. He's going to keep trying to do what he can. This is literally Kazuya saying, I can handle it. I can handle the pain. I can handle everything. I completely accept you. I forgot that she sees the way he reacts, as well as no wonder she tries to read his reactions. And because he doesn't say what he feels, she's interpreting it from her POV. Correct. There's a reason we don't hear what Chizuru's thinking. It's very intentional by Reiji that we don't hear what she's thinking. Because it's literally her trying to figure him out. Just as we're trying to figure her out. Right? They're figuring each other out, and you can't really know a person, right? So that's the whole idea, is that they come to an understanding of each other without fully communicating. Despite the fact that they can't fully honestly communicate, they understand each other, which has more meaning than just outright communicating. That when you truly understand another person, like you can get it. You can get it, like, and then you can start truly communicating after. So in that walk home, they truly reached an understanding of the other person, right? That Kazuya can carry all of her burdens. She's not a burden to him. It'd be nice if Kazuya and Minnie invite Chizuru to drink. There's a lot. Yeah, I kind of want them to. I kind of want them to invite her. If she can't go to her. Right? You don't think parents should control what their kids watch? You framed it. You did not frame it like this. You did not frame it like this. You were. It sounded sexual and kind of weird, from what I read. Like maybe I've read it weird, but it sounded kind of weird, dude. Kazuya on his knees. You know what chapter of Maison Ikkoku it reminded me of? It reminded me of what is it? When Godet gets stupid drunk and he goes home and he's like, I love you, Kyoko, and just screams it in the neighborhood, and he keeps fucking screaming it. I could see that happening, and then he takes her to bed. I could totally see that happen. You read my question wrong because Belver got it perfectly. Okay. Sorry, I guess. I mean, if we're just talking about what if parents controlling what the kids watch to some degree, to some degree that's good. Yeah, you should. But I think it's better to teach them how to watch and how to interact with media rather than controlling what they watch, in my opinion. Right? Not necessarily limiting them, but helping them slowly ease into it and figure out how to interact with it rather than just outright controlling what they watch. At some point, you have to fully mean Kazuya won instead of a surprise. You thought he won, but now that there's this variable that better happen this time, don't you dare have Umi show up. If Umi shows up, Kazuya needs to be confident and take it head on, in my opinion. If Umi shows up, Kazuya needs to have more faith in Chizuru and take this shit head on. Because if Minnie's slap wasn't a fucking wake-up call, I don't know what is. Right? I don't think Umi will just magically show up. Not yet, at least. I don't think so. But it doesn't seem like it. But if anything, I think the more important thing right now is seemingly Kazuya facing his fear. I think right now, Kazuya facing his fear is more important, and being more honest with Chizuru, and like just saying that and letting that out. I think that would be more important than Umi showing up. Right? Because this isn't really about anybody else. The whole point is that this is not about anybody else. This is about them. And those other characters should show up after. So this is about them and their choices and what they decided, and then the other characters should show up afterwards. That's to me how I'm interpreting it. Well, yeah, when they're little kids, you have complete control when they're little kids. Like they're completely like they're your kids. You have to take care of them, right? In that sense, yeah. But once they get a little older, right? But when they're little kids, like yeah, it's all on you, dude. Yeah, but we're not playing it exactly like Maison Ikkoku. Just please understand, it's not like 1-to-1. It never was. It's literally never been 1-to-1 with Maison Ikkoku. So it's kind of not fair to be like, oh, in that same episode, she met Midaka right afterwards. But remember, that was a completely different points in their relationship. So it doesn't align. If anything, that happened at the very beginning of Kyoko and Godei's relationship, and then this would be like almost at the climax of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. Just open the door, push him aside, take her hand, and go back to his place. That would be kind of peak. That would be kind of peak. I don't want Kazuya to be afraid of Umi anymore. I think Kazuya needs to start facing Umi head on and not being afraid of him. And I think that's going to be really important for Kazuya to do. Just to kind of really face this fear and not be afraid of it anymore. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know? I don't think Umi's going to show up. I don't think so. Not yet. It just doesn't feel quite right for him to show up yet, since Kazuya's fear is rooted in asking Chizuru and trusting her and being more honest and faithful with her. So, yeah, I don't know. Godei literally spent 5 years chasing after Kyoko, for those who complain about Kazuya. I mean, not totally, no. I mean, for most of like, yes, it was. I think it was actually 6 years. I think it was actually 6 years or 5 years, maybe it's somewhere between those two. But there's a lot of points in the story where Godei wasn't really doing much. He's just kind of going through his everyday life, and it would just skip to the important parts. But yeah, no, there's points of the story where Godei really wasn't doing much. So, and he wasn't just chasing after her either. They were kind of both interested in each other. That's the thing, though. Godei and Kyoko like fell in love with each other even before they really fully addressed their issues. And the story literally ends with them not fully addressing all their issues, but just being happy they're with the other person. Like that's what made Maison Ikkoku so good for me, is that they didn't really address all their issues. The story, they literally got together before that, and they still had a lot of issues to go through together. Okay, so there's a few things I want to do. Okay. Translate post. Thoughts and impressions on Satisfaction level 38. This time the theme is Yomori-san is the spokesperson for the readers. Yamori-san is saying everything Kazuya and the readers are thinking. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do when I start writing mine? Because I haven't written my post on Twitter yet. I'm going to be like, stop listening to Minnie. Or just like stop listening to the audience. Maybe that. The items received from Chizuru include a smartphone case, chocolate, clownfish, keychain, photos taken during the rental girlfriend dates, and so on. Recently, the keychain might be the most recognizable, but the chocolate has the effect of emphasizing Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, with the implication of you still haven't eaten it and kept it, and it still connects to the next page. Isn't that interesting, right? He's made a good point. Kazuya still has the chocolate and he still hasn't eaten it. He refuses to unwrap it because a part of him is afraid that if it's gone, right? And part of him is afraid is that if it's gone, that's it. He won't get another one. Nice little catch there. Kazuya refuses to eat the chocolate because he's afraid he won't get another one. Yeah, right. He literally does not unpack it. He wants to keep it safe because it's important to him. He's afraid he'll never get another one. Right? The implication you still haven't eaten it and kept it. It also connects to the next page. With Iomori-san also moving away, Chizuru is left alone, her lonely back turned, but on the side table next to her lies the spare key that Kazuya returned. Just as Kazuya recalls Chizuru when looking at the chocolate, is Chizuru also thinking of Kazuya when she sees the spare key? Or looking at her grandparents, right? Yamori-san moved to a place close to the same station. Her evaluation of Kazuya's house is spacious. It seems smaller than Royal Hill, but from her line, it's definitely run down. It's likely she had already heard about the new place's address and evaluation from Kazuya beforehand. Perhaps she was thinking, I expected it to be smaller, but it's surprisingly spacious. And so, a man living alone with no Chizuru next door. The fact that Iomori-san visits without hesitation reflects the relationship between her and Kazuya. Is Iomori-san not conscious of Kazuya as a man, or does her desire to hear stories as a romance enthusiast take precedence? Yeah, I think it's the second one. From here, a misunderstanding begins, similar to an Anjusha skit. When Kazuya grabs Iomori-san's shoulder, she shows a startled expression, which could mislead leaders into thinking does Iomori-san like Kazuya, since Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship isn't progressing. Iomori-san is an assassin sent by Mr. Miyajime. For me, this tells you everything you need to know. Oh my god! Minnie is like, holy shit, is he going to tell me what I want to hear? It's misleading by design. Right? That's a good catch, though. I like that way of looking at it. I'm also a spokesperson. She's also a spokesperson for the readers. I don't think I'll ever have a romantic feelings for Kazuya in the future. If I did, it would turn into a harem romantic comedy, and things would spiral out of control. Miss Iomori is both Kazuya's advisor and plays the roles of keeping things on track. Damn it. More on this one. If fucking Twitter would work. Piece of shit. Chizuru is called an ultra-popular troublesome girl, and it seems like troublesome girl is sticking as her label. The statements, all girls are trash, might raise some complaints issues. But the fact that it's not just Mizuhara is trash, but all girls, shows how Kazuya can't bring himself to speak badly of Chizuru specifically. Ooh, that's a good way of looking at it. Right? He doesn't want to talk bad about her specifically. He just says all women are bad, right? He misdirects his anger in a broader sense, so it's not specifically about Chizuru. That's a cool catch. Damn, Mute, you're on a roll today. Yomori-san seems like she can handle her liquor well, doesn't she? Kazuya always puts himself down, saying he and Chizuru live in different worlds. Isn't it interesting how Minnie can handle her liquor no problem when she's around Kazuya, but when Chizuru is around Kazuya, she gets drunk, but when she's around other people, she can handle it perfectly fine. It's almost an indicator to you that Minnie does not have feelings for Kazuya, and Chizuru totally does. Okay. Kazuya always puts himself down, saying he and Chizuru live in different worlds. But are they really that different? Chizuru isn't exactly rich, and even though she's an actress, she only does stage work and isn't playing lead roles. She does hang out with famous people like Umi-kun, but personally, I don't get the sense that she's that big of a deal. Right? It's Kazuya lying to himself. By the way, it says, Kochi no mi komodatian with ruby for agana, but tomatatani is a mistake for motani. What is this referring to? Interesting. I don't know what he's referring to there. The reason for the kiss, as Yamori-san explains, is proof that resolve has been solidified. But if the kiss at the moment of parting is considered the final survey of resolve, then it might indeed be Chizuru's response. When Yamori-san gets excited, she throws uppercuts or slaps. So Kazuya has it tough, doesn't he? Right? She fucking uppercuts the shit out of him. Going out with Chizuru being a sure winner or acting confident like Yamori-san, but what specifically should Kazuya do from now on? Will the process become the best new chapter in the future? Oh, and that's it. He was making some interesting analysis and then he stopped. Damn it, man. He says some interesting things and then he stops. As expected, a sure win. Since it says as expected, it seems there will be a guaranteed win scene. Could there be progress in their relationship? The teaser mentions raise your victory cry to the moon, and in my hometown there's a sake called Kisha Doki. It's a perfect for drinking at a time like this, isn't it? Wow. See, this is why we dig into the Japanese a little bit. Chizuru in a single night. What was she thinking with that action? Perhaps the point aside, it's a sure win. Let's go, right? Yeah, we can date. It looks like it feels like the hype is building up, but I want to think about Chizuru's feelings and look forward to the next time, while also preparing to have my heart let down. Damn. I'm ready to get hurt. Right? Isn't that the idea though? Get ready to get hurt, but you might actually get what you want. You might not actually get hurt. What happened to Chizuru-san's state of mind overnight? Both of them are saying they're thrilled and can start dating. But is this another case of raising hopes only to dash them? However, since the preview says as expected, I'm thinking the next episode will still be on the upswing. It might come crashing down after that though. Yeah, right. They're not sure either. I think that sense of uncertainty of what's going to happen next is important because that's kind of how the chapters have been playing out. I literally said this when we read the chapter yesterday, that remember how the chapter just skips to the next day? We just skip to the fucking next day, even though it felt like we should have stayed in that night. It was also weird because Minnie seemingly texted Kazuya. Instead, she talks to him in person. We thought they would text each other. In reality, Minnie probably got his address, knew where he lived, and went to him. Right? That could have been what the text was all about. It was intentionally misleading you. It was misleading you to thinking Kazuya and Minnie would end up texting, but Minnie has always met and talked to Kazuya in person. She never just texted him about this stuff. She wants to get the deets in person. So we should have actually realized Minnie would never get that answers through text. She would get it in person. That was only ever going to be the result. It feels like Minnie's a doer, right? Minnie goes and does that shit in person. So that makes a lot of sense. Upon checking, it seems the manufacturer has gone out of business. There's a sake with a very similar name as Kotsukumi, but it's a popular sake that even locals find hard to obtain, and it's sold at a premium price online. Wow. Okay, so there was one other thing. Profile, likes. There's one other one. There we go. Deep now. And after this one, we can check out Reddit. Ready, Reddit. Okay. Apology chocolate, cover illustration. Visit that too. Don't worry that Mizuhara is attention seeker. Huge B. Drunk. What should I do if I get kissed? I can keep going. It's a place like this. A barrage of questions. Evidence. Certain victory. Just as I was thinking. The chocolate is still there. If it's here, did you bring it specifically? Cover illustrations. It looks like he's in a funk. Leaving the key on the table is nice. Visiting Iamori same near station to the new house. Looks like it'll be coming here often in the future. Yamori thinks she heard everything. What is the souvenir? Look up. It's the Japanese suite. Drinking party. Are you trying to get me drunk to make me spill everything in more ways than one? There's a misunderstanding. Oh yeah, because Kazuya like literally spills the fucking drink through his mouth. That's so funny. There's a misunderstanding. It's what you think, then I really don't get it. That's where we disagree. Chizuru is extremely popular, but a troublesome girl. There's a difference between a stung pot and a pot with bees and hornets. During the day, completely wasted, huh? A butt hidden among the snacks. What kind of conversation did you have? The tone has changed. There's some inner conflicts, huh? Oh, you just casually mentioned it. Job hunting issues will come up too. If Kazuya, he'd do anything to seem capable of anything. A sudden slap. There's a big difference between just being rejected and being rejected and then kissed afterwards. From Mori-san's perspective, is that the result of the investigation? It's definitely a possibility. But the process just to get there is just too difficult, or rather, the circumstances that would lead them to dating are just too complicated. Maybe they're not as complicated as they appear. I kind of disagree with that. Maybe it's not as complicated as it appears. Maybe it's actually a lot simpler than you thought it was. Since she kissed him, there must be a part of Chizuru that has feelings for Kazuya, the instinctive part mentioned in the previous review. But there's also a part of Chizuru, that rational part, that's trying to put the brakes on that. I don't think so. I think Chizuru's just kind of stopped with the brakes. The discrepancy is creating an unbalanced action or state. Chizuru was rational before, not so much now. She doesn't really care about that. So long as that gap isn't filled, the rational Chizuru won't stop putting the brakes on, give the go ahead. I don't think so. I kind of disagree with that. Even if the instinctive part, like the kiss this time, were to cause another excessive action, the rational part would probably try to put the brakes on. Yeah, I said that. This just adds the confusion and makes her seem more like high maintenance girl. But even if Chizuru realizes that, I don't think she'll just say, "Well, that's the rational part. We'll give in." Instead, she might create a sense of urgency to find an answer, making the situation more complicated. I feel like that was Chizuru's struggle in the arc, but not now. So in the end, whether it's the rational part can be satisfied or a big factor in whether they can get together. But I have no idea where the clue of that might be. I think rational Chizuru already got her answer. The question asked in the survey probably related to that part, but in the end, she couldn't accept it, so the answer turned out this way, so it doesn't seem to be there. What exactly is neither Chizuru nor I know. Chizuru is such a hassle, but that's what makes her good. I don't think Chizuru is that hassle. The preview title is Still a Sure Win. Will be a verifying elements of the sure win? Will they be verifying the element of the sure win? Well, it's a sure win, but how exactly do we win? So Mori-san visits the new house. The conversation quickly turns to that topic, but the fatal misunderstanding causes things to escalate. Mori says the word that Kazi casually mentions in the final conversation on lines. I'm curious to see if they'll solidify sure win theory, blah, 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 blah. Okay. What's written on the chocolate box? I have no idea. You can't really make it out. It's like really hard to make out. That's why it's so difficult for Rental to engage with the audience nowadays, because Rent is 90s history that addresses contemporary issues, the opposite of the fast food shonen. I can kind of see that, but I think With the Girlfriend takes a lot of inspiration from the 90s, but it's not outright 90s. Rather, it's a story that's trying to be as earnest and honest to itself, contrasted by modern storytelling and how modern storytelling functions. And it's literally actively clashing with that in a meta way and in a narrative way. In a narrative way, with the characters trying to be their most honest selves, whereas everyone tells them who to be, and in a meta way, where the story is literally trying to continue to be what it is, while everyone tries to tell it to be something else. In that sense, that I can kind of see what you're talking about. Minnie would tell Umi to say they were getting their masters, head all the way to blah 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 blah. Isn't it a thing in Japan that the Japanese don't like being a burden? So for Chizuru to feel her burdens are carried by Kazi is a big thing, either to allow it to happen or to be happy that it's happening. Chizuru doesn't want to cause him trouble. She thinks she's asking too much. But it's not simply because of the Japanese. Rather, that's, if anything, that's a reflection of a mentality she thinks she needs to adapt as a byproduct of things mommy and others have said to her, that she's been conditioned she's a burden. If anything, it's showing how a lot of Japanese end up with that mentality, that they feel like they're a burden. They don't want to be a burden. It kind of shows that. You see that in Kazuya too. And when Kazuya carries all that burden and it's not really hard for him at all or anything, then that actually tells Chizuru everything she needs to know, that she doesn't need to worry about being a burden. Kazuya can handle it. He's not weak. He's got this. So she trusts him completely. That's the idea. It's not just she's happy. It's that she's never really going to be a burden to Kazuya because he never really thinks of her like that. And she feels accepted in that sense. right? Like even when Kazuya is complaining and bitching, like I love that Mute caught this. Even when Kazuya is complaining and bitching, he never actually says Chizuru is bad. He says women. He uses a blanket term. He doesn't specifically target his anger at her. He talks about her. Notice how he talks about her, but he targets his venom at women in general, which could apply to Minnie too. But yet Minnie doesn't take it this way. Isn't that fascinating, right? He keeps talking about Chizuru, but he never targets any specific venom towards her. Like I think that says a lot. I think that's really cute. That even in his drunken, angered state, where he's frustrated and angry and lashing out, he never targets any of his anger at her. He's confused. He asks questions. Like, what do you want from me? What is all this? Right? All that. But he never targets any particular anger at Chizuru. And I think that's kind of sweet. I think that's really sweet. Saying Kazuya isn't in love with Chizuru is the equivalent of saying people only remember Transformers because of Megan Fox is not as true, as at least not 100% true. That's a weird take. I mean, I watched Transformers when I was young and I thought Megan Fox was hot, but that's not what I remember. Hell, I remember Shia LaBeouf a little more. I remember the crazy fucking action from those movies. I remember like Optimus like fucking stabbing and murdering people like a maniac. Last time Kazuya was this drunk, he was saying "I love you" to Chizuru, but I think this time he'll be unconsciously enough and confident and confront her about the kiss. Could be, right? Maybe Kazuya is the one who will confront her about the kiss this time. Where do you get your shirt from? What's written on the chocolate box? From what's written on the box allegedly. It's French, I think. I don't know what's there. And he reinforces his tenacity. If I were a hamster, I will still run in circles for Mizuhara. Is that what he say? If I were a hamster, I could keep running in circles forever and ever for Mizuhara. Oh yeah. Right. He would totally like he's saying I would totally do that, right? Check the link, Fate. What link? What link? Wait, huh? Wait. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you guys talking about? What the hell? Chocolate box said in French, I'm only thinking of you. Does it? How do we know this? I can barely fucking see it. Okay, we can go back to like 239 when she hands it, or 238 is when she hands it to him. Oh, you can kind of make it out. Oh, you can kind of make it out. Yeah, it's not as visible here, but you can make it out in the other one. Yeah, I just saw it. Yes, I know. You can kind of make it out from here. Yes, it's kind of visible. You can kind of make it out from here. But like there's a link I saw in a Reddit, I guess, the French meaning, ooh la la. Go back to the last rental date. Okay, but you guys talked about a fucking link. What link? Someone send me a link somewhere. Should I go to Discord? Don't see any links in Discord. Yeah, I'm only thinking of you. There you go. I will say there is a bit of a goofiness to the chocolate box if you think about it for a fucking second. Did Kazuya like leave it in the fridge in his old apartment? And then the fridge was just on for like a month. And then he just picked it up and took it with him. Like, how did this thing fucking survive? Like, you could argue that, right? You could argue that. Like, how did this thing fucking survive? I don't think the chocolate would have gone bad, right? Especially if it's unopened. But how did it fucking survive? Right? It would have had to stay in something, some sort of fridge. So maybe he just kept it in the fridge, in his old place. That could make the most sense. And it is very particular that it's a Valentine's. Okay, I'm only gonna read two things. I'm not in the mood to like sit through like a bunch of visceral nonsense. Pretty fast moving chapter this week, Kanokari standards. And honestly, as much as I'm a fan of the slow burn, this change of pace was refreshing. It also comes at a good time for it. If Kazuya were to languish in his misunderstandings that Minnie knew about the kiss from minute one, he'd probably get frustrated fast. Instead, the confusion and its resolution is packed within one chapter, and the broader narrative can stay focused on forward progress. Getting some drink into Kazuya also helps paint a clear picture of the disparate strands of thoughts he's wrestling with right now. We've seen plenty of narrated thoughts of him trying to interpret what's been happening to him lately, but those have mostly been him trying to understand it on an intellectual level, thinking rather than feeling, so to speak. But by contrast, here we get more of his knee-jerk gut feeling. He rightly finds the "I love him, but not enough to date him" line of thinking to be ridiculous. But at the same time, he recognizes and respects that Chizuru has been thinking about the matter deeply. Note how his anger fades away on a dime as soon as Minnie asks him about that. Yeah, good catch. Finally, we can get Minnie learning about the kiss. This moment, and the duo's subsequent frenzied theorizing was the most fun segment of the chapter for me. The topic quickly shifts from the kiss itself to the question of how to interpret the fact that Chizuru was hiding it. From a reader's perspective, I think the answer is pretty straightforward here. Chizuru keeping the kiss under wraps because it doesn't line up with the narrative she's trying to construct about her conclusions. But as Minnie said, the fact that she's hiding it is the biggest proof. It wasn't planned kiss. It wasn't part of her logic. It was a pressurized emotion exploding out of its container, and that's all the evidence we need. Love is clearly present. The remaining question is just how to access it. So I don't fully agree with the last sentiment this person makes. Rather, I've said it before. I think Chizuru that was literally her answer. It wasn't just an explosion of emotions. That was literally her answer. That she chose love rather than anything else. She wasn't hiding it from Minnie because it doesn't align with her narrative. She was hiding it from Minnie because she doesn't want Minnie to know. Because as I've shown you earlier, Chizuru actively lies to Minnie when it comes to Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. When it comes to their relationship, she lies to Minnie because she doesn't want Minnie to know it's their bond, not anyone else's. That's why she's lying to Minnie. What a cliffhanger to leave us on the magazine break. Masterful misunderstanding chapter and great example of Minnie being a double-edged sword. First two pages hit super hard. Kazuya crouching in front of the fridge, his shrine to the Valentine's Day chocolate. The kiss ever on his mind. His heart is racing. He knows these weren't obligated chocolates. Chizuru in front of the family shrine, face hidden. Oh yeah, that's a cool way of looking at it. Kazuya is looking at his shrine. Chizuru is looking at her shrine. Face hidden, presumably deep in thought. The spare key sitting on the table, waiting to be returned. Two seats open for her husband and her feral adopted daughter. Minnie turns up at Kazuya's new place after her move to an impromptu meetup to discuss the latest development. Unfortunately, she says Chizuru told me everything, not realizing Chizuru absolutely did not tell her everything. Now, she's lying. Minnie's intentionally lying, right? It's now it's hard to blame Minnie for not knowing that, but you'd think that since she's noticed Chizuru was acting weird, Minnie might have clocked that she didn't get the whole story. Maybe Minnie was intentionally lying. Maybe Minnie was just being a dumbass. Maybe Minnie was just being a complete dipshit. Bit of both. Let's go with a bit of both. Shall we? A little bit of both. Anyway, I was grinning like an idiot because I was great. Anyways, I was grinning like an idiot because the big comedic misunderstanding light was flashing, and you could immediately see where this was going. Kazuya believes Minnie, wonders if she really means everything, and is trying to figure out if these drinks are for celebration or mourning. He asks for details on to be certain, and Minnie just makes it worse when she tries to reassure him he's back in hell. Kazuya gets blitzed. He has his complaints. Yeah, bud, you should be what I love you, but not enough to date you. Minnie asks if Chizuru seems serious and seems to be a little surprised when Kazuya remembers the walk home, says he thinks Chizuru was crying. He keeps venting. In the middle of his rant, he mentions the kiss, but initially goes over Minnie's head. She's just taken aback by how much he loves Chizuru and admits it's hard to get rid of, to get a read on a talented actress. But wait, what did you just say? Minnie explodes as expected. Kiss? What kiss? Slap. Why are you here? The miscommunication is resolved, and it looks like a massive W. I don't love the you've won framed, but after everything, Chizuru chose to kiss him. I guess in my opinion, yes to all the things Kazuya wanted to ask of Chizuru, but hasn't, and it's the reassurance he hasn't had, and it's the reassurance he hasn't had for months, if not years. It's also important to note that this isn't Minnie discovering or deciding for Kazuya. It's her reinforcing what he already believed. Pretty much what I said. So the same thing. This is the conclusion Chizuru drew. This is the conclusion Kazuya drew a couple chapters ago. But Minnie started the chapter by not actually listening to Kazuya's side of the story, and in so doing, pulling him into a darker place. Good Minnie. Finally, we have all the information. Sees it just as clearly. Now we have a couple more drinks to celebrate. Though to be honest, I think they should slow down a little bit. Lol. Drunk Kazuya showing up at Chizuru's doorstep, or will he sleep it off first? Maybe run into each other on the campus. I don't know. The boy has to have confidence back, and I'm very excited to see what's next. It would be cute if since he has the real chocolate on his mind, he surprises her and also an extremely late white day present in return. I don't think if he hasn't. I don't think if. I don't mind if he doesn't move back right away. Quick Google Maps stalking tells me that Kazuya's new place is like 30 to 40 minutes away by train. Inconvenient, but close enough. Minnie says her place is also relatively close too. So yeah, Kazuya and Chizuru got closer in the short term, but maybe using the Ichinose home for a found family dinners before fully cohabitating again sounds good to me. I will say that now that I know the next time is something like sure win, I'm a bit more worried than I was before, but that's all part of the fun. Minnie pumps Kazuya tries up. So we already talked about like it seems like it's reaffirming that rather than anything else. Oh wow. Verka's got a wow, good for you. Okay. Let's see here. From last week's discussion post. Minnie also contacted him again. Oh, I guess I should read what some of the people had to say here. I noticed the chat moving on the side of my eye, so I don't know what people were saying. It's a love chocolate. Should last forever, I guess, lol. Kazuya and Minnie eat the chocolate when they drunk and get food poisoning. Oh my god. What if Kazuya opened the chocolate box, there's a secret letter message from Chizuru? Bro. And he never saw that. That'd be wild. Wanting to make a prediction, do you think the confrontation between Kazuya and Chizuru will happen in the next chapter? If so, we could prepare for another kiss in chapter 390. Or at least I hope so. Hi, Johan. What do you think about this? Chizuru looks at the photo of her grandparents while the pillows beside her are empty. For 1 month, she had another family and she lost it again. The first to leave was Kazuya Katsuhito, and now Minnie Sayuri. In that sense, in that house, she's alone again. Kazuya's key in the table. She lost Katsuhito and Kazuya. What do you think? I already talked about this like extensively. She lost Katsuhito and Kazuya because of the taxi. Katsuhito crashed while driving a taxi, and Kazuya was taken away by one. Now both of her families disappear the same way. The worst part is that the second time it was her fault, and she has to live with it. It's a little bit more morbid than what's actually happening. I think your stance is a little bit more morbid than what's actually happening. Rather, I think Chizuru's just waiting for them to come home. And there's this intentional separation being struck between the pair, and that Kazuya and Minnie will probably include her next chapter, and either go back to her place or bring her to them. Either way, it's important to recognize, like, yeah, your analysis isn't inherently wrong, but Kazuya isn't dead. He isn't gone. He may have left in the taxi, just like Katsuhito, but he didn't actually leave. And in that same way, Minnie, despite the fact that she left, is still thinking and talking about Chizuru. So it's literally about them coming back, right? Minnie will also contact him again, but he might have to keep the kiss a secret if Chizuru didn't tell him about it. Kazuya shouldn't rely on Minnie's advice. He needs to make his own decision. Yeah, that might have been wishful thinking. Okay, let's do the analysis. It is the next day. Kazuya is still thinking about the kiss while looking at the chocolate he got from Chizuru as a late Valentine's present. The doorbell rings. It's Minnie. She has finished moving. She says that Chizuru told her everything, and she brought souvenirs and booze. Kazuya assumed that this means Chizuru told her about the kiss, which she did not. Chizuru did not open up to Minnie. Minnie didn't have all the information, yet she pretends to know everything. Minnie approaches Kazuya the wrong way here. She doesn't even ask how he feels. She just immediately assumes he must be sad about the rejection, and she wants him to let it all out. Not quite. I don't agree with that. Not quite. She says the obvious. It's kind of like a mix of both. It's a mix of both. I kind of can't fully agree with that. I think it's a mix of both. Minnie's kind of stuck in a limbo, and that's by design. Minnie's kind of stuck in a limbo, and that's by design. It's a bit of both, not let it all out. She wants him to let it all out to tell her. She's trying to get him drunk so he tells her. She did the same thing after the separation. This makes the current events parallel to the isekai. Minnie tells him not to worry too much and that she thinks there has been major progress, even if it didn't work out. When Kazuya had been wondering if the kiss might be a sign that if Chizuru might have had the change of heart, and that rejection might not have been the final word, Minnie just reaffirmed their rejection. Still, Kazuya doesn't want to believe the kiss meant nothing. He asks Minnie what Chizuru said and what happened. Again, Minnie doesn't know about the kiss, so she thinks that Kazuya is talking about the rejection. When she tells him not to take what Chizuru did too seriously, and this is just what popular girls do when they pay attention, it totally destroys Kazuya because he assumes she's talking about the kiss. It's like a fucking skit. It literally is like a fucking skit. But even if he assumes that Minnie was talking about the rejection, her words clearly show that she understands nothing of Chizuru. She thought herself last chapter that she couldn't figure out what Chizuru was thinking, but instead of being honest and saying that she has no idea, she gives Kazuya the impression that she knows Chizuru, and she gives him the stupidest explanation with absolute confidence. Isn't that literally the Raiders? Isn't that how many hate videos have we seen where they talk in absolute fucking confidence that like that, where they act like they know what they're fucking talking about, where they're fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. She might not have accused Chizuru to her face, but this here is arguably worse. She made assumptions and instead of clarifying them with Chizuru first, she took them. She took them to Kazuya and gave him the wrong impression of Chizuru. She did that the whole time during the cohabitation as well. I'm telling you, Minnie was the main reason why Kazuya felt under investigation, because Minnie reinforced the interpretation to him without ever confirming with Chizuru with Chizuru that Kazuya was really the one being investigated. I agree with this, but at the same time, why the fuck is Kazuya listening to her? This is literally Minnie realizing, why the fuck is Kazuya listening to me? That's the issue. That's the issue. Why are you fucking listening to her? You know better. Dude, you fucking know better. Don't listen to her. Kazuya just had his hopes crushed by Minnie. The kiss meant nothing. It's just a way for Chizuru to seek attention. Minnie can see that Kazuya suddenly collapses, but she's not aware that she's the reason for that. Kazuya trusts Minnie, and he believes that she must know better than him how Chizuru feels. With Minnie's explanation, he is now quite frustrated with Chizuru. Minnie, just like the Isekai last time, now sows even more doubts about Chizuru. She isn't taking responsibility. She's not only stubborn, but insincere even. Oh. How funny. Isn't that literally what Minnie's doing? Isn't that literally what Minnie's doing? She's not only stubborn, but insincere even. We know from Chizuru's own thoughts that she was almost pathetically sincere. So what Minnie says here is clearly wrong, even if it was about the rejection and not about the kiss. Minnie is feeding Kazuya's lies, and this time we can see it. Kazuya goes along with it. He feels justified in his frustrations. Minnie asks him about his impression of Chizuru after rejection. He correctly notices that Chizuru was crying while he carried her. I explicitly mentioned that Chizuru was crying in my serious discussion of Chapter 388. Yes, she did put serious thought into what she did, and she didn't reject him lightly. She also told Minnie that, but she still doubted her. In one of my rants, Kazuya casually mentions the kiss. In one of his rants, Kazuya casually mentions the kiss, and then he wonders what he should now do with his life because he has to graduate and find a job, and he can't keep running around in circles for Chizuru. Minnie continues her cheer-up talk before she realizes what Kazuya just said. She asks him to confirm that she didn't imagine that the teaser meant, "What did you just say?" Kazuya confirms that Chizuru kissed him, that this is news to Minnie. In that moment, she realizes what she fucked up. It is still astonishing to me that even now, people are talking about Minnie like she didn't make a mistake here. Even she herself noticed it. She hits Kazuya, she asks for details, and she tells him to forget everything she said because she was totally talking past him there. She was totally talking past him there. She confirms to Kazuya that Chizuru didn't say anything about the kiss. Now everything seems clear to Minnie. She tells Kazuya that the kiss was the final result of the Chizuru's investigation, and that she gave him the green light to date her when she kissed him. Minnie's absolutely sure of that. Yes, Kazuya had already been on the way to come to the similar conclusion before Minnie dragged him down again. Now Minnie wants to celebrate. What next? The teaser for next time is definitely a win. This seems like Minnie's words, or Kazuya trying to stay confident that he surely won. Minnie just brought Kazuya back to the loop before he could break out. She noticed her mistake this time, but I hope she isn't trying to help Kazuya with his reunion. She still knows almost nothing about Chizuru. She might sound confident here, and I agree with her that the kiss was a good sign, but Minnie has absolutely no idea what brought about Chizuru's change of heart. If Minnie involves herself with her own assumptions again, then this chances are high that she might cause further misunderstandings. Kazuya should not just assume that he has won. He should actually ask for clarification from Chizuru instead of blindly trusting Minnie's words. She just proved that she doesn't know anything. Chizuru didn't talk to her. Chizuru will only open up to Kazuya. Minnie should not be present when they talk. But I could absolutely see Minnie repeating what she did at the izakaya. If she sent Chizuru a picture of her and Kazuya drinking, she would surely make Chizuru jealous. She would also reinforce Kazuya's impression that Kazuya would hang that she would also reinforce Chizuru's impression that Kazuya would rather hang out with Minnie than with her, which would send the completely wrong message. Chizuru already believes that Kazuya wanted to move out, and he would be happier alone. I honestly can't see more ways I can honestly see more ways how Minnie could make this worse than how she could make it better. I just hope that she will notice how she fucks up this time, unlike at the izakaya. You can read all about my interpretation of Minnie's involuntary adversary in my explanation of the investigation arc. The following chapters might prove my point. If Minnie decides to actively involve herself as the great unifier again, she might fail spectacularly. But even if Minnie decides not to get involved, I hope that Kazuya and Chizuru can actually clear up their misunderstandings and realize that Minnie was a big reason for their misunderstandings. May 19th, Kazuya's birthday is less than 2 weeks away on June 1st. The chapter, okay, let me see what Verkez kind of hates Minnie. Verkez doesn't hate Minnie. He's just like, bro, Minnie's the fucking problem, and he's not wrong. He's not fucking wrong. Minnie is. I was complaining exactly like this when reading the chapter. I was complaining exactly like this when reading the chapter. I'm like, fuck you, Minnie. Just straight up. I was doing the same exact thing. Like, I completely relate with him on that front. The Gali being in the hospital, being what prompts Kazuya and Chizuru to get married isn't a great idea, but it is the worst either. I don't care about that. Verkez hates mommy because Verkez hates Minnie because she interferes with Kazuya and Chizuru's progress. For me, it's a love and hate relationship with Minnie. I literally Minnie is a problem child, but I love her anyway. Minnie is both the problem and the solution. No. Minnie is both the problem and the support. She's not the solution. She's not the solution. She literally realized she wasn't the fucking solution. He's totally right when he says Minnie literally realized she wasn't the fucking solution in this chapter. He's 100% right. Minnie literally realized in this chapter, I'm not the fucking solution. I was fucking everything up. Much like the kid trying to interfere with their parents' arguments. Remember how Minnie was not present in the izakaya and was calling for a taxi, and that's when Chizuru tries to kiss Kazuya? As a byproduct of what Minnie said. As a byproduct of what Minnie said, because Minnie told her you should just kiss him and you'll find out. And Chizuru almost did that when Kazuya was unconscious. When she shouldn't have. That's not when you should kiss him. Right? No, Minnie caused that too. Minnie causes all the fucking misunderstandings. The chapter was a major moment of confirmation for theories about Minnie. In my opinion, Reiji often has a sort of pattern when he'll get gradually more overt about a theme that's been in the background for a while. And this seems like him really hammering home the theme of Minnie's information cannot necessarily be trusted. Minnie shows up with incomplete information that the readers undoubtedly knows is incomplete. The disconnect is then made even clearer to the readers by having Kazuya mistakenly tell himself she knows about the kiss, right near the start of the chapter. After that, Minnie proceeds to give a series of completely off-base interpretations based on the information she has. So much so that she has to walk it back and tell Kazuya to forget everything up until now in the same chapter. Does she actually say that? I might have missed that. We were totally talking past each other. Forget everything up until now. Right? Everything else, toss it out the window. None of it matters. That's a good catch. I didn't notice that. I think I was too busy getting excited about the chapter. Um, Yep. In that respect, I think the chapter is at least partially Reiji urging the readers to discover that Minnie as an accidental adversary theme themselves. The reader sees that Minnie was completely incorrect in this chapter, despite speaking so authoritatively, and begins to wonder where else she might have gotten things wrong. And when you pull on that thread, you will know where it leads. Right? That's it. Well said. Well said. The huge omission in Chizuru's story is hardly Minnie's fault, and she pivoted quickly when crucial information was revealed. To her credit, she picked up more things that didn't seem to fit. Overly elaborate meal, mainly interesting thoughts. Mommy meddled with malign intent, but causes unfortunately fall a step back. But Minnie well-intended meddling causes trouble, followed by a leap forward. Reishi just does love symmetry. Um, that from I'll just be clear. I have no idea what the fuck they're saying. They kind of like went back and forth. He was in simple terms. What this person just said is what Shopto said earlier, which was that Minnie is the problem and the solution, which is not true. She's the problem. She is the problem, but when she stops trying to be the solution, she becomes the solution. When she realizes what she fucking did wrong, she can actually be that proper support. Minnie doesn't give solutions. Minnie just reaffirmed what Kazuya what he already believed, which was the truth. She's literally it defines her role to you in that simple term. She is literally the antagonistic adversary figure who realizes she was doing this and instead chooses to be a support. That's literally how the story tells it to you. She cannot give them the solutions. She literally cannot. It is not her relationship. She simply can't give the solutions. She is not the solution in any way, shape, or form. She cannot be. She fundamentally can't. That's not how it works. It's not her relationship. I agree. To say Minnie knows nothing or doesn't know anything about Chizuru is an exaggeration. Minnie operates on assumptions, and there's a lot she actually doesn't know about Chizuru. She does know enough. She does know certain things, like Chizuru's sense of responsibility, these other stuff. I do think they were a little extreme in that sense. But yeah, I don't know. Shoot, give me a sec. Sorry about that. Everything is good. Where were we? Yeah, no, I do think it's a tad bit of an exaggeration to say that Minnie doesn't know everything, but I do think Minnie's biggest issue is that she's kind of a perfect reflection of Kazuya. She's a perfect reflection of Kazuya's insecurities. Minnie does know better, but she doesn't get the full information, right? Minnie never gets the full information, so she operates on that false information. In that sense, Minnie doesn't know anything about Chizuru. In that sense, Minnie does not know anything about Chizuru because she will override her usual thinking in favor of the fact that, I'm going to get this false information that doesn't add up, even though I know better, and I'm going to keep working with that. And you see how she gets that into Kazuya's head. But Minnie operates on false information. Okay. No arguments from me that her behavior at times can be either an accelerant or a hindrance, but her intentions are pure. Minnie has served her purpose, so I'm expected to see which is actively withholding information. Minnie's future impact without helpful or otherwise will fade out of the picture. Okay. Yeah, to be clear, I think Minnie is doing the best she can with the information she has. Certainly, she has no way of guessing that Chizuru kissed him. I'm not aiming to condemn her or anything. I think she just buys into Chizuru's facade a bit too readily and ends up giving interpretations and suggestions that aren't well suited to the person Chizuru is actually underneath it. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I'm a big fan of the parallel you note between Mommy and Minnie, incidentally. Reiji does indeed love his symmetry, and that's compelled and believable angle on that, and I hadn't thought about it before. Wait. Was he comparing Mommy to Minnie? Is that what this person said earlier? Let me read it again. A huge omission in Chizuru's story is hardly meaningful, and she pivoted quickly when crucial information was revealed. To her credit, she picked up more things that she didn't seem to fit, overly elaborate meal mainly. Interesting thought. Mommy meddled with malign intent, but caused progress, unfortunately followed by 2 steps back. Minnie's well-intended meddling causes trouble, followed by a leap forward. Oh, I completely misread it. So literally what I've been saying for the past whatever. That Minnie and Mommy parallel. So literally what I've been saying for the past whatever, that Minnie and Mommy parallel. I really got to trim these things down and make them into videos so people know that I've been saying this entire fucking time. Is there anything else? Oh, not much. Cool. Cool. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours. It's a 2-hour stream. Is there anything else I can talk about? I didn't write anything yet, which kind of blows. I'm sorry. I was hoping to write something, but I didn't end up writing anything. I also feel a little tired all of a sudden. Maybe I need some water. Bumping everything. Oh yeah, I did finish the reaction video. The problem was like the fucking Premiere Pro wasn't exporting it. It was pissing me the fuck off. It would get to like 75% and it wouldn't fucking export anymore. It just like fucking paused there. And it did it like 3 times. It was so annoying. Let's see. Minnie is the faulty GPS, gets in the right direction, then goes completely off the rails until you're lost. Oh my god. Kazuya is the yin to Chizuru is the yang, and Minnie is both yin and yang. So yeah, Minnie can bring chaos and order. Minnie isn't. So no, I think it's a better way to put it is that Minnie is the bridge between them, which is a double-edged sword. Kazuya and Chizuru at their time, respectively, represent the future and the past. Kazuya is trapped in the past. Chizuru is trying, or maybe Chizuru is trapped in the past, and Kazuya is trying to see it. Chizuru is trapped in the past, trying to see the future. Kazuya is trapped in the future, afraid of the past. When they need to go back to each other, they in that sense, they're yin and yang. Minnie is the present. Minnie literally exists in the present perpetually, which is literally a double-edged sword. It's a fundamental double-edged sword because you being in the present is great because you can literally ground the characters around you to the present and literally allow them to live right now. On the other hand, you can't see the future and you can't see the past. You're literally trapped in the present perpetually. And that's Minnie perfectly. This also matches a character like Dory, which Reiji directly compares her to when he references Finding Nemo. Dory is very much like Minnie because of her short-term memory loss, where she's literally actively in the present consistently. Like she literally always needs to be in the present, which acts as a great thing at times, and at times it's also something that holds her back. And so she needs to remember. She needs this thing that she's learned through Marlin to allow her to remember things, and in so doing, because she remembers, she can see the future. That's literally Minnie's character, right? Minnie in this moment, when told this information, remembers everything. Literally, she has that Dory moment. Like, you guys know the Dory moment where she's swimming and she meets Nemo, but she can't remember Nemo. She literally can't fucking remember Nemo. She's like, who the fuck is Nemo? And then she says like this phrase that she says all the time, and she has that literally like that, and that's literally what happened to Minnie. Just that holy shit moment, and then she snaps out of it and she's like, forget everything right now, what's happening right now, we got to do this right now. And so it's literally gonna be just like Finding Nemo. It's literally gonna be just like Finding Nemo. Dory is gonna take Nemo back to Marlin, which makes a lot of sense. And then so Minnie is gonna take Kazuya back to Marlin. Damn it, I'm mixing up my names. Minnie is gonna take Kazuya back to Chizuru, which makes a lot of sense. And then maybe Kazuya and Chizuru might need to save Minnie somehow. Something's gonna happen where they might need to save Minnie somehow, right? So I can see that. I can see that being the thing, you know. Chizuru dwells in the past, Kazuya hopes for the future, and Minnie lives in the present. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Like, Chizuru is literally trapped by her past, literally constantly looking back at her grandma, whereas Kazuya is, I would say Kazuya is more trapped by the future. Kazuya is trapped by the unknown that is the future, rather than Kazuya hopes for the future. Kazuya is trapped by the unknown of his future. right? He tries to constantly define what his future is, but you literally can't really define your future. So he's constantly trapped in that element trying to define what his future is when you literally kind of can't. The future is something you experience. So yeah, Minnie's pretty much the third protagonist at this point. Not necessarily. She kind of is. She kind of is. She's part of the family, but I don't know if she's the third protagonist. She's kind of in the middle. She's a deuteragonist. A deuteragonist is a character just as important as the protagonist, but isn't a protagonist. I would say Kazuya is the protagonist, Chizuru is maybe the second protagonist, and Minnie is the deuteragonist. The earthquake that took out the apartment didn't recite fish or friends are not food. Didn't recite fish or friends not food. Maybe there'll be another earthquake. Maybe there will be another earthquake. That could happen. Could be interesting. Who knows? It's kind of hard to predict how things are going to go, but it seems like Minnie is going to take Kazuya back to Chizuru. That makes the most sense, because that's literally how Finding Nemo ends. And then Dory gets trapped in a thing, and they have to save her. And Nemo is the only one who can do it, and Marlin has to trust him and let him go. So that could be what happens, right? Minnie might like something might happen to Minnie, and they need to help her out. And I can kind of see that where they kind of help Minnie out too. Maybe Minnie has some financial troubles, and they help her out. Who knows? Yeah, so there we go. We can kind of have a bit of a prediction on where to go. Like literally, this entire sequence is literally like Finding Nemo, straight up. This entire sequence is literally straight up like Finding Nemo, like verbatim. Minnie literally remembers everything, and she has to snap the fuck out of it. That's so cool. That's so cool. I can't believe that didn't click for me until like right now. This is literally a reference to Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. My God, that's woo. We don't need parallels with Finding Dory. Just Reiji, you can skip that. I don't remember too much about Finding Dory other than she makes a squid friend, or no, an octopus. He was an octopus. I don't think Reiji will reference that directly, but the ending of Finding Nemo, that makes a whole lot of sense. Cinematic parallels between 388 and what? These people are so unbelievably stupid. All they read is shonen. All they read is fucking shonen. So stupid. I gotta check Twitter real quick. I want to see if my friend said anything. Yeah, I wanted elaboration on the next time, and I was curious on a few other things. I think the 2 on the bottle is a foreshadowing of another daycare date coming. It's been roughly a month after all since the last date. Chapter 9 was. I don't know how to tell you this, GB. I pretty much said all this last stream. Straight up. I pretty much said all this last stream, as well as it possibly being a reference to that moment of Kazuya trusting Chizuru. Because at the very end of that arc, it's literally Kazuya trusting Chizuru and actually starting to see her. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No worries. I'm not judging or anything. I'm just telling you, I already came to this conclusion. I'm trying to here, I'll show you guys like what I have. I'll show you guys what I have and then why it's not fucking exporting. It's driving me nuts. I like literally edited it down. I finished it and it wouldn't fucking export. It made me so mad. Open you stupid Premiere Pro nonsense bullshit. His name isn't Goku. His name is GB Baku. M'Baku. Like that dude from Black Panther. M'Baku. Damn. It's even like having a hard time loading. There's hoping nothing crashes. Yeah, like I already did some like interesting stuff here where like I explained like the sono and like a whole bunch of other stuff. I actually visited my Patreon. I hadn't touched Patreon in so long. I hadn't visited my Patreon in so long. So I had to actually change like who's supporting me and who isn't. And I realized I gotta fucking do something with my goddamn Patreon. Why are you calling me Goku Bacon? Goddamn Johan. What? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I heard this time? What did I heard this time? Okay, let's see if I can export it. That's a lie. Don't believe that. Don't believe this bullshit. Don't believe this bullshit. This is just the prelude. It has two different ones. This is just the first one. It's fucking lying to you. Don't trust it. I've been through this nonsense. I've been through this fucking nonsense. Don't trust it. Now there it is. That's the real one. And it is what? 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 Okay. All right. Nice. All right. Nice. Sure. Okay. Because you have someone witnessing. you guys are the good luck I needed. You're literally the good luck I needed. Premiere trying to make you look like a fool. It always does, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I heard MJ finally broke up with Paul. I don't know who reads Spider-Man comics, but MJ apparently finally broke up with Paul. Everybody fucking hated this dude. It's slowing down a little bit. I can feel it. I haven't read the latest Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. I guess we could read that. I don't know what I'm behind on. Shiunji fam. Oh, people. Okay, there was another thing. People were saying that this week there wasn't a Shiunji family, which might indicate something big is coming, but that is not necessarily true. So there was no Shiunji family this week. And people were like, "Oh, it's gonna that must mean that Reiji's focusing on Rent a Girlfriend." That's not necessarily true. Shiunji family has had an inconsistent schedule for quite some time now. It's varied. Sometimes it's taken hiatuses. Sometimes it's taken breaks. So there's a very real chance like it has nothing to do with the other thing. Maybe he's just taking an early break with Shiunji, or maybe he's working on it during the break. Who knows? We can't really guesstimate what the dealio is. Shiunji may come back like literally around the same time Rent a Girlfriend does, and he maybe just wanted another week to iron it out. Yeah, so Shiunji is inconsistent. That's not really a good basis to talk about that stuff. Let's see if there's anything else I missed. There was someone who commented on something interesting. There's this dude like telling me how like the rooms have where is it? So like the room where Chizuru sits right here naturally has tatami mats right here. So they always have these tatami mats. So he was trying to like make a point, but if anything, it highlights how Chizuru intentionally brought one here to sit, because you can see this in the Sumi chapter. I believe it's chapter 268. You can see Chizuru. It's either 268 or 267. Oh no, 267. I was a little off. So Chizuru takes Sumi to the altar room. And as you can see, the room always had these two tatami mats, but Chizuru adds this third one. And then Sumi sits down and prays. And Sumi sees, oh my god, are you okay? Are you okay? Nobody has asked Chizuru this entire time. This got my heart. This got my fucking heart. Nobody has asked Chizuru this entire time. Are you okay? Like, we needed Sumi here. We fucking needed Sumi here. Are you okay? Look at her. She's just in shock. She's just in shock. She's like, holy shit. Do you have someone you can depend on? And yeah, she thinks of Kazuya. Damn. Like, and people say Chizuru doesn't love him. When people say Chizuru doesn't love him, they have not read this chapter. They did not read this chapter where Chizuru straight up tells Sumi, like, no, I got someone. I'm okay. I do. So you see, there is someone who's been there to cheer me up. Someone who stayed by my side, who was there for me on the day Grandma passed away. Even though I insisted I was okay, someone stuck by me despite all my refusals. And that certain someone's persistence, it saved me. And I know this person is always on my mind. Do you like this person, Chizuru-san? Do you like them? I don't know. Someone else asked me the same question. That I said that I won't say I like them, but I don't not like them either. Thinking about it now, I think I've been very unfair to them. But you know, these feelings I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. No matter what I decide, I can't run away. At the very least, someone hasn't given up yet. Still, I don't know what it means to love another person, or what it means to like another person. If I want to stay by their side, does that mean I'm in love with them? If I can't give them everything I have, it's not true love after all. So she's literally saying here, I want to stay by him. I want to stay with him. I want to live with him. And she gets to live with him through this engagement. Right? Through them living together, she gets to do that. She's literally saying that right here. If I can't give him everything I have, is it not true love after all? Like, she doesn't think she can give him everything. But does that mean it's not true love? That's nonsense. Of course you can, like, you probably can give him everything you have. You just don't think you can. And even then, it doesn't matter. Even if you can't, that's okay. Even though I've given a lot of people relationship advice, I'm a real mess, huh? Gets another hug. No, it's not true at all, Chizuru-san. You're the most wonderful girl that I've ever known. Whatever answer you come to, I'm sure it'll be the right one. That's all she needed. That's literally all she needed. Just have faith in yourself. Just don't doubt yourself. Just have faith in yourself. She needed this, bro. And that chapter tells you everything you need to know. That's all Chizuru needed. Just whatever answer you come to, I trust you. That's all she needed. Just acceptance. She just needed to feel seen and understood. That's it. This shit happens all the time. Something doesn't work, then I get my dad to fix it, then it works as soon as he does. It's like fucking kidding me. Reggie might be out of ideas and is brainstorming with things as he does rag. Are you talking about Shiunji family? No. No. It just takes time to draw. Shiunji just takes time to draw. Because right now it's in the middle of a climax. It's literally in the middle of a climax. It takes time for him to draw because working on two things at the same time is not easy. So sometimes he just needs a little bit extra time. That's it. Like sometimes work can get overwhelming, so he just needs a little extra time. Sometimes he has other things going on. Let's not forget, right now Reiji's also working on the Ruka project. They're literally getting that all set up. He's literally doing art for it and shit. So he probably has a lot on his plate. When the girlfriend, he'll never stop working on, but the Shiunji family, he can take some breaks from. So I haven't caught up in the streams, but Minnie mentions grabbing more beer at the end. Could that next chapter be a fight between Chizuru and the two because they're out partying, assuming they won? Or they invite Chizuru, and I could see Chizuru getting into a fight with Kazuya. I could totally see that happening. I could see Chizuru getting into a fight with Kazuya rather than Minnie, and Minnie knows when to butt out this time. Because they almost got... What's the thing that almost happened last time? What's the thing that almost happened last time? Kazuya and Chizuru almost got into a fight. Kazuya backs off then. He doesn't get into a fight with Chizuru. And this seemed like the kind of fight where they fight at first and then they make out. That's kind of literally the kind of fight it felt like. That's the kind of fight this felt like. They get drunk and they make out. So what I could see happening is they either invite Chizuru or they go to Chizuru's place. And they get her to drink. And it's like, hell yeah, victory. It's all exciting and stuff. And then Chizuru is like, why didn't you come back? Or why didn't you open up? Or why this and that? And literally they start bitching and fighting with each other. And that's kind of what it feels like. And you'll start seeing what Kazuya wasn't seeing. Like Chizuru shows her real frustrations. And Kazuya shows his real frustrations. And then you get mad at each other, and literally it's about like dealing and confronting with the pain. They just let it all out, and they're bitching and they're getting mad at each other. But then literally afterwards, they end up laughing about it 2 seconds later, and then they might end up kissing and making out, and then it could escalate. You never know, right? Because literally they almost get into a fight here. They don't get into a fight. Chizuru ends up fighting Minnie. So wouldn't it make more sense for Chizuru to finally fight Kazuya instead of Minnie, right? And then afterwards, Kazuya doesn't get shit-faced drunk. And they, or maybe Chizuru's the one who gets drunk. Who knows? And they end up kissing after. Or maybe Kazuya sees Chizuru super drunk and takes care of her. Who knows? And then in the end, maybe Chizuru wakes up and sees them both there. Wouldn't that be fitting? So fight, kiss, sex, then propose. Your prediction will come true. Wow, maybe. I do think the biggest thing that will definitely happen next chapter is, considering they're getting more beer, it should be an indicator that they're probably gonna want to hang out with Chizuru. We don't know the time though. It might skip to the next day. I kind of hope it doesn't. It might skip to the next day, but I kind of hope it doesn't. And if that's the case, they should either invite Chizuru or hang out with her. I think that's just kind of a given. They should go back, they should hang out with her, or they should invite her or something. And Chizuru says yes, which will be like, oh, that confirms the absolute victory, and all that bullshit, you know. And then they'll get into a fight because Chizuru will be like, why the fuck didn't you come back right away? Or she'll be like, why didn't you talk to me? Why weren't you answering honestly during the date? And then you'll start seeing what you haven't been seeing this whole time. That like Kazuya wasn't being honest during the day. That Kazuya was pretending for most of the day. That like Chizuru really wants them to stay. Like Chizuru could literally, what has Kazuya asked her? He's like, doesn't it make you feel something? Don't you feel sad? Yeah, it does. So what if Kazuya asks her? It's like, what did all that mean? Or Chizuru will ask him, and then literally, it's supposed to be about them getting mad at each other and just letting out all their anger and feelings, and literally just getting like, just letting it all out. That feels like what this is setting up. It's setting up this conflict again. If we're nodding directly back to this, it's setting up this conflict again. Except this time, Kazuya doesn't hide behind a mug. He doesn't turn away. Minnie doesn't solve his problem. He solves it. He's the one who gets a fight. He gets into a fight with Chizuru. It's already setting up Kazuya's anger. It's already setting up Kazuya's stupid misunderstandings and bullshit. It's already setting up all the questions he has and the ones he wants to ask, and his excitement for it all. So I could see Kazuya just venting out how he doesn't understand. He keeps telling her like, I don't understand what's going on. I always feel confused around you. Can you like explain or something like that? You see how like Kazuya's drunken state will let it all out. What if in his drunk state, Kazuya says everything he wanted to say in the date to Chizuru peak? Yeah, what if he tells her, like, you want to know the reason I love you? He just, like, lists it down and goes fucking nuts and just, like, tells her everything. Or he'll tell her, like, I want a whole lot of kids. Or you know what I consider cheating? I consider cheating, like, kissing and hanging out with someone else and all that stuff. And it's literally everything Chizuru was thinking of. Like, literally, he answers all of her questions. What if he just answers all of her questions? You want to know how much I'm thinking about the future? You're my goddamn future. Like, literally just all that stupid bullshit. Wouldn't that be great? That'd be so great if, like, Kazuya just gets shit-faced drunk and literally just answers all of her questions. That would be so funny. I would actually laugh my ass off. Like, Kazuya literally answers all of her questions. And that could be, like, a good prediction, right? Like, it might not happen right away. Maybe we'll need, like, a few chapters or so. Then passes out afterwards, and then wakes up and forgets it all. He wakes up and forgets it all. Literally just like good day. He wakes up and forgets it all. He's like, what the fuck happened? I think that would be really funny. Man, no, that would be peak. That would be really funny. Or maybe he tells her how much he wants her to. Like, he tells her, like, you don't understand how much I fucking want you. Holy crap. I've wanted to kiss you. I've wanted to have sex for so goddamn long. Chizuru is walking around like she saw Jesus, and Minnie holding last night over Kazuya's head. That would be so funny, right? Kazuya literally tells her every single thing he's been feeling. He shows her like how much he's wanted her. Literally, he does exactly what Chizuru does. Wouldn't it be fitting if like it's a reversal of the isekaya, right? It's a reversal of the isekaya, where in the isekaya, what happens? Chizuru says, "I'm curious, what were you two talking about? What if here it's the reverse? If there's something you want to say to me, why don't you go ahead and say it? I don't remember having set any such boundaries, and it feels like you're being overly considerate. So what if Kazuya takes a drink? Kazuya does this. Kazuya's the one who takes a drink. And he tells her, you know what? Yeah, I've been feeling a whole lot right now. You know what? Yeah, I have been feeling a whole lot right now. I have a lot on my mind. So, and then, they pick a fight with each other. I could totally see them picking a fight with each other. That'd be so cute. That'd be so cute if they just end up picking a fight with each other and then they let it all out and Kazuya lets it all out. Or Chizuru tries to use the... I think the ticket is going to be saved for Kazuya's birthday. I kind of get the feeling the ticket's going to be saved for Kazuya's birthday. I think that would make a lot of sense for the ticket to be saved for Kazuya's birthday, but I could see another fight like this happening. Considering Reiji already referenced the first one, and they've yet to invite Chizuru, and Chizuru was sitting alone, lonely, like... It just feels like they should hang out with her again this time, except Minnie takes Kazuya to her, right? And they get shit-faced drunk at Chizuru's place, and they get into a fight with Chizuru there. It'd be interesting if somewhere down the line, the film they made is released and Kazuya's family goes to see it. I guess people got access to it, but I don't know. But yeah, I could definitely see this being the next confrontation, except it's Kazuya. Maybe it's Kazuya letting it out like this. Maybe it's Kazuya getting frustrated like this instead of Chizuru. Kazuya's the one who lets out his big frustration, right? Thank you for answering my question. I was going to drop the manga, but stumbled on your page and have seen every video and stream. Now it's my favorite manga of all time. Thank you for the analysis. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Converting people. You don't understand how happy that shit makes me when people tell me that. You don't understand how fucking happy I get when people tell me that. Because, like, I want to really make people like this series. You don't understand. The reason I don't talk about any other story, I really want people to fucking like this series. Because it made me feel... It transformed me. Like, so honestly, the best way I can put it, this series fucking transformed me. When I saw Kazuya struggling through his shit at the very beginning of the story, I had never felt more seen. And when I read... the Hawaiians arc, and people really fucking hated it, but it completely flipped my perspective on writing and storytelling, and I'm like, holy shit, this dude is crazy. And literally after that, I saw the story in a completely different light. Like my mind went into like fucking elsewhere. And like ever since then, that's kind of when I opened the Kool-Aid, drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah, drank the Kool-Aid and like literally saw like a completely different perspective on storytelling. And ever since then, I wanted to learn more and more and more and more and more and understand stories a lot better. But yeah, I'm just really glad. I really want to cover the Hawaiians arc. I've been slowly writing more and more about it. I've already read a portion of the Mami, how I felt about Mami's character in the Hawaiians arc, and how like that arc was intentionally dealing with that conflict of like intentionally introducing the trope you're very familiar with, where it does the thing intentionally by having Chizuru constantly run away from the confessions and then the confession constantly not happening. But that was intentional to play into the theme of lacking of agency and lacking control in your life, to mirror the element of grief and death and how you literally have no control over that. And it presents it in a goofy way, intentionally so, to contrast this very dark theme just lingering underneath, ready to explode. You converted me too, bro, when Chizuru rejected Kazuya on that platform. Damn. Yeah, a lot of people showed up on here, and I vividly recall like converting like one dude who was like talking, he's like, I don't get it, man, it sucks, what the fuck is this dude thinking? And then I explained it to him and I converted him. It's like, what the fuck? Holy shit, you opened my third eye. I'm like, yeah, brother. Fate is MJ in the meme where he lowers the gun for rag haters. Wait, what meme? Wait, what meme? You'll have to send me that. I don't know what you're referring to. You'll have to send me that. I don't know what you're referring to. I only pull out the band gun when like people are just don't want to listen. I only pull out the band gun when people just don't want to listen. That's it. That's the only time I pull out the band gun. When they're just here to be assholes, that's the only time. Or just like, okay, I've had it. I've had it. I can't fucking stand your shit. But if you're actually here to engage, then cool. Then I'll actually talk to you. I was similar, but the cohabitation, I came to a similar realization about Minnie like Verkez. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't quite catch that for a little bit. I was thinking, what if Kazuya went to Chizuru while drunk, took a taxi, and confessed everything to her? Would that be possible? It's not out of the question. I think Minnie's gonna be there. I'm gonna be real. I think Minnie's gonna be there. I think Minnie witnessing it makes a lot of sense. I think Minnie could totally be there, or Minnie doesn't show up, or Minnie does not show up. There's a very real chance Minnie doesn't show up. I could totally see that happening, and maybe Kazuya like helps Minnie out. Maybe Kazuya saves Minnie from something. Chizuru trusts him to help Minnie out. That something went wrong. That could happen, right? Maybe Minnie gets in trouble because she lives in a weird fucking neighborhood, and Kazuya saves her ass, and then they use Minnie as an excuse to live together. Instead of Chizuru using Kazuya as an excuse to live together, they now live together because of Minnie. Wouldn't that be cool? That'd be cute. Rag haters treat Reiji like he is the only milker in manga industry. Then Oda Sensei is also a milker, and Kishimoto may be the king of milkers. Wait, which one's Kishimoto? Which one's Kishimoto? I totally forgot. I'm still working on. I don't really consider Oda milking it. I think Oda's just better at like. I don't know. I don't think Oda really milks the story. One Piece is long, but it doesn't feel long to be long. But there are people like I think Boruto. Oh, yeah. I mean Naruto. I think Naruto is a little more consistent as it was written. Boruto, I don't really like Boruto. It never clicked with me. I never liked the idea of Boruto. I think the one big one I always remember in terms of milking personally was Nizukoi. I like after a while I was just like, what the fuck is even the point? That was at least that's my stance. I haven't read Nizukoi in so long. But I vividly recall like at some point I'm just like, bro, we're just going in circles. We're just fucking going in circles. What the fuck? But at least that's how I felt. But yeah, like artists continue their stories all the time. I just think it's really fucking stupid that like Reiji is just the target of these people's hatred, and it's just a justifiable anger. But yeah, I vividly recall being bored out of my fucking mind at Nizukoi. Couple Cuckoos was giving me this milking vibes at some point too. Yeah, totally. I kind of liked Couple of Cuckoos for a while. I read the manga. I didn't really click with the anime very much. I read the manga, and I was like, this is pretty fun. And then I'm just like, where are we going with this? What are we doing? And I do get the concept because if you like know anything about like actual cuckoos, like that was kind of the idea. The story is supposed to be secretly fucked up. That's what the story was doing. And then there's like stories people really like that I don't give a shit about, like the Amagami sisters, the one with the red thread and all that stuff. I thought it had cool concepts and ideas. I didn't give a shit. It wasn't for me. I wasn't clicking with this story. It was personally, I wasn't clicking. I thought the Shinto religion stuff, and I thought like all like the what the characters are trying to do and all that exploration was really cool. But the relationships between the characters just wasn't vibing with me. I'm wondering if I'd like the manga more. Maybe it's because how the anime was handling it. But I thought I would wonder if I'd like the manga more, because I've noticed that to be a consistent pattern. It's like a lot of times when the anime doesn't feel all that interesting, I go and read the manga and it's a lot more interesting. And I've just noticed that to be a consistent pattern for me. I don't know why. Call of the Night for me also hits a lot of the romance trope flips I love. I liked Call of the Night. The ending was weird. I kind of like I understood the ending, but the ending was weird. I thought it was like okay for a while. I liked the anime of Call of the Night. I loved the song by Creepy Nuts. I read the entirety of the manga. I caught up in everything, and I thought the ending was okay. It's bittersweet. Yeah, it is, but it also felt like I don't know. Maybe it's because I didn't read it all the way through. Because I caught up and there were still chapters still coming out at the time. So maybe it's because I didn't read it all the way through. But something about the ending just kind of wasn't clicking with me. There's also the element I kind of just didn't like about Call of the Night in particular for me, and it's how like the main character is so fucking adult when he's literally goddamn middle schooler. He's literally a fucking middle schooler, and he's like super adult, and I just found that like kind of weird. And I never like quite clicked with that. And like the story does try to give it a reason, being that like his mom is like not always home, so he has to kind of be an adult, and he only knows how to be an adult that way. But it just felt kind of weird. Yeah, Ko's like 14, and it just felt weird. He's like way too adult. He's way too adult. He doesn't react to things like a normal teenager does, and I just found that kind of odd. But the story is supposed to be odd, right? The story is supposed to be odd, so it kind of works. Like who the character is kind of works in that design. Detective Conan is not milked. It's pretty much pointless at this point. Left my ass off. Isn't it still going? Isn't it still going? I'm tired of Hero and Eyebrow. I don't know who you mean. Like Hiro Mashima? I remember I used to like Fairy Tale a lot, and then I got bored of it. I don't remember when. Golden Cafe Terrace and Good and Goddess. What do you think of that? I never actually properly gave it a chance. I'm gonna be real. I'm sorry. I never actually. I've seen it for a long time. A lot of Japanese fans I follow talk about it. I've seen it for a very long time. I got like the bare minimum gist of it, but I don't know that much about it, so I can't really comment. I'm sorry. Oh, Hero and Iron Kokus. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot the characters' names. I'm sorry. I tend to forget characters' names. Just wanted to give my piece and say, teasing Master Takagi-san is personally my favorite romance of all time. Murder Girlfriend is also up there. I liked that series for like a little bit. I didn't fully click with me personally. I thought it was cute. It didn't really fully click with me personally. But hey, man, if you like it, you like it. That's good for you. I don't like romances that end with a confession. Like all the other, like all that for nothing feels empty. Yeah, it's not that it ends with nothing. There's still a lot there. I just want to explore the relationship in an actual fucking relationship. I don't care for the like I want to know how they get through it after confessing, you know? I don't care for it to just end there. I like that to be explored. And that's why like I'm genuinely like believing with all my heart they're still going to explore shit when they get together. There's still a lot to explore. Reiji has set it up. This series is in the same exact magazine as A Fragrant Flower Blooms of Dignity. And that series, the characters are already dating. There's no fucking issues with that. So to me, there's already very clear signs. Hey, Reiji's still going to explore their relationship once they get together. Have you seen Summertime Rendering? I think it was absolutely peak. I really like Summertime Rendering. What's cool about Summertime Rendering is that it's secretly a big reference to Final Fantasy VII. It's like there's one line where the main villain dude mentions Final Fantasy VII, and people are like, "Oh, it's just referencing what he's gonna do here." If you actually dig into it, fundamentally, that story is a literal exploration of Final Fantasy VII, and the story literally took a break when the remake came out. The author literally played the remake and then literally adjusted the story around that. You can literally see that element of adjusting the story around the remake. It's so fucking cool. Literally, that Summertime Rendering becomes 10 times better if you played Final Fantasy VII and you played Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm not even remotely kidding. It literally becomes better. And like upon rewatching it and like actually paying attention to that, I literally talked about it on Twitter very briefly when it was coming out. It became so much cooler. Like, what the fuck? This author is actually bonkers. It was so fucking cool. Don't watch the dub though. Don't watch the dub though. I tried watching the dub. It was atrocious. Personally. If you like the dub, great. But I thought it was atrocious. It's like really fucking bad. First romance I fell in love with, I think, was Love Chihoboyo and Other Delusions. For instance, I know Chihafuru is good, but I couldn't engage with the story. I don't remember much about. Oh, Chihayafuru? Wait, Chihayafuru isn't a fucking romance. Like it is, but it isn't. It is that it isn't. There's a romance plot around the sports element. It's literally Blue Box. It's the original Blue Box. But it does rely on you a lot engaging with the actual game and kind of trying to understand the game. And if you don't, it won't click for you. But there is a romance there. It is interesting. I think the only time I kind of like lost my interest in Chihaya Furu was near the very, very end. Like literally near the very fucking end of Chihaya Furu, I kind of started losing some steam because of how it was seemingly handling certain elements. But I wouldn't say it was bad or anything. I just kind of wasn't clicking with it. But I do think how it handles relationships is actually really meaningful. I do like Chihaya Furu. I do think it's a bit glazed up, but it's still pretty good. Like, I do think Chihaya Furu is a tad bit glazed up, but it's still pretty good. I would definitely recommend Chihaya Furu. It's a really, I believe it's either a josei or a shoujo. And I would definitely recommend it. I know a lot of people love it. And I liked it. I liked what I saw. I really liked what I saw. It took a little bit, but it eventually clicked with me. So just give it a chance. If you're really not sure. I think the Dangers in My Heart does what I think Dress Up Darling tried to do in the relationship part. So Dangers in My Heart, I think, in my opinion, actually takes a lot of inspiration from Rent a Girlfriend, specifically because the authors work together. The authors have worked together. And I saw a lot of parallels, personally. I saw a lot of parallels. And I genuinely mean this. So I do think, like, Dangers in My Heart is, in some ways, doing similar stuff to Rent a Girlfriend, and it kind of does... it doesn't deal with the same thing as Dress Up Darling, though. Whereas Dress Up Darling is about complete acceptance of all people. Whereas Dangers in My Heart is about a kid finding acceptance. And a girl kind of accepting him. And in some ways you can see parallels to Rent a Girlfriend in that sense. But it's not quite the same because, interestingly, both the guy, Shunhori, the guy who voices Kazuya, also voices the main character in Dangers in My Heart. So there you go. But it's not quite similar. It's a little different. It's not quite the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. Misum Kuni's Revenge is one time watch anime severely unaffected the second watch. I didn't care about that one. I'm sorry. I like dub. I think there's a lot of good dub. I think there's a lot of good dubs. But you have to like be kind of careful of how you pick them and you find them. I usually tend to start with subs and then eventually go to dubs. So like I started with the My Hero sub and then I went to the My Hero dub, and it took a little bit because the My Hero dub's a little weird at first. It took a little bit, but then it really grew on me. I ended up really fucking liking it. But I do think there's a lot of good dubs. Like there's just things that they do better. For instance, I like the Dragon Ball sub sometimes more than the dub. While the dub has its own special thing going on, the sub captures a lot more of the subtleties of the characters. Remember when Rosario plus Vampire was peak? I sure don't. I'm sure you do, though. I do remember people really fucking liking it, and then I later heard it wasn't like the manga at all. For me, a lot of my favorite romance have important themes outside of that like the Rent a Girlfriend. For me, it's found family and trauma responses. What makes Rent a Girlfriend so interesting for me, in contrast to other romances, is specifically that it has so many themes. It's full to the brim with themes and ideas and conflicts that the characters are going through. It's never singular. That's why I like this series so much. It's that it's full to the brim with themes and concepts and ideas and conflicts. Like literally there's so goddamn many. And it never feels singular. It explores so many facets of relationships, love, romance, all that stuff. It explores all these facets. And it's literally constantly filled with so much stuff. To the point that like literally every time I read other stories, they feel so singular in contrast. Like they're so limited to a few concepts and ideas in contrast to how much this story has to say. And I bet that's why so many authors are blatantly inspired by this story and openly talk about it. Like openly talk about how this story like inspires them so much. Golden Time is good. Fate recommended it in a video. Golden Time is good, yeah. It's okay. Like I think it has some good stuff. But it's okay. I don't know. I like as I've gotten older, my feelings towards it have kind of shifted a little bit. I don't think it's bad or anything. I just don't click with it as much as I used to. I did Shankarshan when I decided to rewatch. I couldn't get past the first season. K-On! Isn't a romance, but it's fucking adorable if you like music anime. So I've yet to actually commit to that. I saw Bocce, Bocce the Rock. I like that. And I know it's inspired by K-On!, like blatantly so. Golden Time was also peak, man. I liked Golden Time again, but I'm kind of like part of me just kind of like lost some of the sauce for it. That's just me. I think the first romance I loved was Kazuguro Takagi-san. Keep in mind, I'm a dub only watcher. I, for some reason, get headaches with languages I don't understand, the subtitles themselves. So English is my second language. So for me, Japanese is like the third language I'm engaging with. I've already been through this game. So for me, it's not so bad. So for me, it's not so bad. If anything, I actually really want to learn Japanese to see how I can engage with it in a different way. So that way I'd know 3 languages. Let's see. Berserk, the goat of mangas, also has romance despite not being a romance manga. I think Berserk is a very fantastic manga, but at the same time, I don't know about the goat of mangas. I think it's like one of the most beautiful mangas visually. Visually, like one of the most beautiful mangas. But to say Berserk isn't like doesn't have flaws, it does. And there are things about Berserk I'm not like crazy about. Like in particular how it handles like I'm trying to make sure YouTube doesn't get pissed. Sexual violence. I don't really like how it handles it. I think it almost objectifies it and turns it into kind of like a game at times. And I think the author even kind of knows it. It feels kind of uncomfortable at times. I really don't like it. Dandadan is a romance. Dandadan is a romance. But yeah, I kind of don't like how Berserk handles certain things. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I do think it's a very good manga. I do think it's a very, very good manga. I'll tell you guys a cool story. When I used to work, I used to live in California, and I used to work at a movie theater. I didn't have a car, so what I'd do is I would always take the bus there. So what I did is I would buy a volume of Berserk every week, and I would sit in the bus, and I would listen to the second opening of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's like a Bloodstream or something like that, and then I would read Berserk. And that's what I would do. And I collected the whole manga. I got to volume 37. I collected the whole manga. And then I actually ended up selling my collection after a while. I couldn't carry it around. It was too big. But yeah, no, I actually collected all of Berserk. I read through the whole thing. I did like it. I just thought like some things about it I didn't fully click with and how it handled them. But I do like the exploration of Guts' character and how like he literally reflects the author and where the author is mentally. I thought that was really cool. Pseudo Harem time skipped kind of disappointed me. Oh, Pseudo Harem had a time skip. Oh man, when they got together, I kind of dropped it, which is on me, I guess. I really liked it when it was playing. I thought it was super fucking cute. I'm so looking forward to tune into the Midnight Heart anime. I heard the light novels manga is absolutely peak. Midnight Heart? I don't know what that one is. In the dub for silent voice, they actually get a deaf actress to play Shoko. Oh, that's sick. That's really cool. Yeah. I remember when what's his name? I remember when ProZD let me show you who ProZD is. I remember when ProZD was literally saying, "Hey, you guys should actually like cast people correctly and like actually give like actors, you know, a fair chance to play their own proper roles in terms of their culture. So it's like you should cast Asian actors for Asian characters." And I'm just like, yeah, he has a fucking point. And people got pissed at him. I'm like, he's not saying you can't have someone who isn't of that culture play. He's just saying you should maybe actually let those people try to play that role because they might understand it a lot better than someone else does, which is 100% true. Like the industry is brutal and doesn't treat people well, and it sucks. Like a lot of people play roles they probably shouldn't be playing. And I like when he said that, people like get mad at him. I'm like, he's making a fucking point. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why are you mad? I hate days with my stepsister personally, just not my cup of tea. I heard that was cute. I like the silent voice manga a lot. I saw the film first, and I really, really liked the film. And then I read the manga, and I'm like, this is a fucking experience. What's your first language? Arabic. I speak Arabic. Dandadan's author describes his manga as a romance. Yes, it is. Marriage Toxin is fun. Hope you're happy, Lemon. I've enjoyed it so far. Oh, wasn't that one like... I remember Chibi made a huge deal about it, where it's like the girl broke up with him, and she told him she like dated 3 guys or some shit. And then it turns out, oh no, that was a fucking lie, and like the reason she broke up with him was completely different. She actually still fucking likes him, and I'm like, oh yeah, shocking concept that when they're kids and they're young, they do stupid shit, and the story's literally talking about that. Started watching Clan Ad. Oh, time to cry. Now we draw. Now we draw. I just binged. Grown into the Midnight Heart was a broadcasting student who falls in love with a girl in a radio show at his school. The broadcasting club has 4 girls, and one of them is the girl he falls in love with. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Sure. Okay. That's silly. I'm sorry. I don't mind it. It could be interesting, but that's so silly. We're almost at 3 hours. Honey lemon soda was so bad. Honey lemon soda. Which one was that? Honey lemon soda. Wait, isn't this one of the OGs? Isn't honey lemon soda one of the fucking OGs? Don't people like worship this one? I've yet to see it. I just know people love the shit out of this one. I heard this one was good. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. I just could have sworn Plastic Memories. I've never rewatched, even though I love it. That reminds me of the song Plastic Emotions. That song's peak. That song's really peak. Yeah, hope you're happy, Lemon. Yeah, hope you're happy, Lemon. This manga where they swap bodies. Like the whole thing is like the dude swaps bodies with the girl he used to date. Anime came out I think last season or season before that one. I could have sworn Honey Lemon Soda was like popular. I could have sworn people liked it. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Anyways, we're at the 3-hour mark. Oh, I haven't checked Premiere. No shot. Wait, did it actually export? What the fuck? Wait. Did it actually export? Pictures. You want to work, buddy? Just got to make sure it all works. Oh my god, it does. It's a Christmas fucking miracle. Oh my god. Okay, let's upload it. You guys get to see first dib uploads. You guys get to see me upload a video. Okay, create, upload videos, select file, 388. Okay, while it's uploading, let's make the thumbnail. What should I call it? What should I call it? Minnie is an don't no, I gotta be more creative. I was gonna say like Minnie's an idiot or some stupid shit like that, but no, I gotta get more creative. Okay, so I'm gonna use this old thumbnail as a basis. And okay. So how should I make the thumbnail? What's the video about? It's my reaction to this chapter. It's my reaction to this chapter. Holy crap. How do I make this thumbnail? Because I don't want it to be the same thing I just made. I got an idea. I could make this a little bit interesting. Guess we can start with the kiss. Since the chapter is called The Kiss and the Two, what we can do, hey, that kind of rhymed. What we can do is literally put Kazuya and Minnie in next to the kiss. And then this one, we're going to do this. Mm. Not bad. What are we talking about? Good night, peeps. COVID is beating my ass. See you all next week. Jesus, get some rest. Take care of yourself. Oh, I could use the Shoryuken. I could use the Shoryuken. And what I can do is grab Minnie. Color Minnie streaks in Kazuya's hair, then make the Shoryuken red. It looks like a live streamer reacting to it. Yeah. Doesn't that work though? Doesn't that work though? I could try coloring Minnie's hair. That would take a little bit. Yeah, coloring her hair would take a little bit. Wait, I do have a colored version of it. There's this colored version that I had a while back. Should I put that instead? Does the colored version look better, or should I keep the original? I kind of like the original more. Maybe I should mess with the colors a little. Original, I think the Minnie background. What do you think of this? I could make it full screen, but then you wouldn't be able to see Minnie very well. Yes, yes, I know, I know, I know. I like this better. What do you think? I didn't like the green very much. Looks good. I should, oh God. Oops. Okay. I'm going to change the background to blue. I'm going to change the background to blue. The hell? Okay. It's because I did that. I see. I see, I see, I see, I see. Yeah, the blue's better. So I think what I'll do now, since I did all that mess, I should... God, I haven't colored hair in a while, so I don't remember the exact details of how to approach it. Really got to practice my art again. I haven't actually colored anything in a while, so I don't remember how Photoshop wants me to do things. Yeah, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I was thinking of calling the video Kazuya, you fool. What do you think? Does that sound interesting? Kazuya, you fool. Yeah, sounds great. Kazuya, you dum dum. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Gradient. Blues. Ah, damn it. I was on the wrong one. Okay, now do the gradient. Should I make it white? No, I don't. Not quite. Linear. Solid. Noise. Noise. Solid. This is the lazy way. I'm doing it the lazy way. But there's a solution to this. Perfect. Lazy, but still somewhat effective. Hey, come on, come on. Work with me. What the fuck? Son of a... Hey, work. Okay, there we go. I gotta mess with this a little bit. Align with layer. Then we gotta try to turn it up again. No, it's still too dark, so... Yeah, this will do. This is fine. Now for the hard part, Minnie's eyes. This part's gonna be fucking hard. Usually I just color in the eyes myself. But let's see if I can't pull off some bullshit. Problem with this one is not that. Oh, I forgot. I remembered the trick. Damn it, there was a stupid trick and I forgot it. I hadn't done this in a while, so I forgot. There was a trick. Come on. Let me change the fucking color. Wait, what the hell? Why isn't it doing it? That was literally the trick. What the fuck? Okay, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing then. Back, back. Okay, maybe it's not gradient. Gradient map. That's what it was. It was gradient map. I'm literally pressing the wrong thing like a shitter. Stupid idiot. That's what I'm doing wrong. Not bad. This looks okay. Something feels off. I can't pin it down. Something feels off. I can't pin down what the issue is. The Shoryuken seems fine. Maybe it's just the entire composition is wrong. Maybe I shouldn't put a Shoryuken there. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does it feel like the composition's just like wrong? I can't like pin down what the issue is. I don't like it. I'll let you guys think about it for a second. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Okay. I'll keep it as it is, I guess. I'll keep it as it is for now. Let me check. Maybe make the B and W mini smaller. Cut off the Shuriken. What? So you want me to make? You want me to make like this mini smaller? Like the. You want like so you want mini smaller, like base mini. So like, want me to shrink her? But see, like, it ends up being awkward. Where'd she fucking go? Where do I put her? Where the fuck do I put her? Don't you think the kiss doesn't really fit there? She only hit Kazuya because she just found out about it now. Let's just make a whole other one. See what we got. New file. Create. Okay. Here we go again. I got nothing, dude. I'm kind of like, oh, wait, that kind of works. Hmm. Okay. Let's try that, I guess. Not like that. Fucking stupid. Okay. There we go. Now, what can I fit in between that? I can have the kiss be there. So we could put the... Mm. Too big. Too big. Whoop. Oh, good. Wait, you thought that was good? What do I put on the other end? This, I guess. Doesn't work. It's too tight. We need something that works off vertical. I guess the kiss could work. Let's try the kiss. Hmm. Move Chizuru to the right slightly. What I can do is add speed lines too. Though those are constant fucking pain for no reason. Move the kiss to the left slightly, but less slightly than the slightly previous. It looks good in my opinion, honestly. think the only thing I need. The tatami mat kind of fades into the gap between Kazuya and Minnie. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, you mean Chizuru's? So like this, so it doesn't look as awkward. It's a good thing. Oh, it's a good thing? So do you want it like the it looks seamless. Yeah. Okay. I need to get um is it speed lines. PNG. These are so fucking annoying to get. I for some reason get access to them through Premiere Pro. For some stupid fucking reason, I don't get access to them through anything else. Please work. Oh, please don't be fucking stupid and work. Zoom in Chizuru on the right slightly. On the bottom right hand side, if you can put the chocolate. I mean, what? Okay, just let me extract this for now. Son of a. What the hell? Remove background. Every time. Gotta make it as fucking annoying as possible. Every time. Take its break. Nope. Whatever. Fuck off. Okay, what do you want me to do? If you can erase the gap between the panel on the left side of the wasting time here speech bubble. I mean, right here. Um, what? I don't want generative AI. Fuck off. Eraser tool. Shrink, you asshole. Of course. There, better.
Perfect. Okay, great. Um, what did you want me to do? Zoom in and Chizuru on the right slightly. More? On the bottom right hand side, if you can put the chocolate. Son of a. Like right here, you want me to put the chocolate? Dude, Kazuru, I don't care, man. I could give two shits if you're not gonna fall for Minnie's words or not fall for her. I don't care. It's always the same with y'all. Just you just want to be pissed and mad. Even though I was literally saying the same thing, like the moment Chizuru kissed him. Sure, why not? I think the most annoying people to deal with when it comes to creating videos and talking about this series, the people you like convert and they like actually believe you, and then 2 seconds later they get one thing that confirms their bias, and then they change their mind almost immediately. That shit's so fucking exhausting. Cause it's just like, dude, like if you want to believe what you want to believe it. Just fuck off. Don't say it here. I could care less. How should I put it? Should I keep it like big? Should I keep it like that? How do you want me to put it, Lost Bacon? Should I put it like on the table? They can go to a love hotel today. Papa Cherry and Doomers will find a way. Is this what you meant, like Lawless Bacon? Like just put it like that? Doesn't fit. It looks weird. Put it up a little higher. Where? It just looks weird. It doesn't work, dude. It doesn't look natural. I think the only thing I'm missing is I need some speed lines. Yeah, that one's good, but I need something else. For some reason they can't give me the fucking PNGs for it. Nope. Gotta make it needlessly complicated. You gonna do it again? Gonna do it again. Remove background. Can't find the background. Yeah, because it's designed like this stupid garbage.
Referring to the chocolate. One of these things in theory sounds good, but seeing it for real, yeah, you're right. It looks off. I don't know, man. I'm just tired. I'm not in the headspace to be making this. How about this? I'll just make both. I'll just make both. Whoops. Oh wait, can I just do problem solved? I'll make this one, and I'll make the other one, and I'll even use the original. Export as. Here, I have an easy solution. I have an easy fucking solution. Export as. We're gonna name you 1. We go to you. I need to get something from right here. Come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Hello there. Problem solved. And I'm going to do another thing here. Filter. I'm starting to work again. My brain is starting to work again. Perfect. Okay. Okay, I don't feel like shit anymore. Perfect. Export as. Two. Finally, you can fuck off. Thank you, Ruka. I appreciate your time and energy. We're going to work on you. So you, I can try to move this stuff over to here. And then I just got to parallel you. And then, How did the hair? Why'd the hair change? Oh, I see what happened. You, I gotta change to a gradient map. Not like that. Perfect. I'm gonna get rid of you. Do this, gradient map. Perfect. Then we're gonna go to you. Get rid of you. Perfect. A lot of people left. Sorry, lock the fuck in real quick. So I stop talking. When I lock in, I just go silent. I do apologize in advance. You'll notice I haven't really been blinking all that much. That also tends to happen when I lock the fuck in. Probably not good for my eyes. What do you think? What do you think? I can make them a little more pinky. A little more on the pink side, but also kind of red, so they're these. I think that's pretty good. Think that's pretty good. Could be better, of course. I could like complete. I could actually color the whole thing. We haven't gotten a straightforward chapter like this in a while. Not much to chew on for 2 weeks, if you ask me. Actually, in my opinion, there's actually a whole lot to chew on, but you know, it's the usual subtle stuff. Let's not forget, we also have an anime to keep us occupied. Let Reggie enjoy the vacation. He deserves it. No vacation for me, buddy. No vacation for me. I'll be reading the manga instead, to be honest. I will be working on a few different things. For now, let's use this as our thumbnail. Or one of them, since we exported all of them. 3. So, the reason I made 3 different thumbnails is because YouTube has an interesting feature that they recently created. Alrighty, checks complete, no issues. So, first off, what should we call this chapter? Oh my god, there's like nothing here. I gotta change that. First off, what should we call it? Or not the chapter, uh, the video. Kazuya, what are you doing? Kazuya, you fool. Kazuya, you fool. You fool. Maybe I should add the words reaction to the actual thumbnail. Should I add that to, like, should I put that right here? I can just, let's type it up, see what it looks like. Reaction. If I can fucking spell, Jesus. Reaction. Okay, let's fix you real quick. There's some fucking issues wrong with you. Why is it like that? What the hell? Something feels off. Can't quite pin it down. That kind of works. What do you think? What do you think? That Minnie that's the Minnie that slapped. You said this earlier. What font is that? Oh, good question. What font is this? I believe this is Unisans. Unisans. So what is the new YouTube feature with 3 thumbnails? Yeah, that's what it is. Oh my god, what's going on? Okay. I think this looks nice actually. I think we were missing something. And I think that the text is it. It also works kind of basically for like what the video is. This seems like the best one. Out of everything we made, this seems like the best one. It's also Minnie's reaction. Yeah. It's just it's kind of like yeah, I think this is the best one out of everything we made. I don't like this one that much, and I don't like this one that much. But this one seems solid. Like Minnie is watching the video herself. Technically, she is. Should it be Kazuya, you fool then? Should I still keep it that way? Or should I change the name? Don't listen to her, you fool. Don't listen, you fool. Does that one seem good? Don't listen, you fool. The last chapter felt like Nagami calling Kazuya, you stupid fool. Kazuya, you were the chosen one. I'm just being silly. Okay. No, wait, what's this? Do you want to restrict your video to an adult audience? No, I don't restrict any videos for it. Oh no. They changed it from kids to adults. Oh, okay. They added an extra restriction. Fuck off, man. They added an extra restriction. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. I gotta go. Oh, I can just use the one right here, actually. Perfect. I can literally just copy pasta the one right here. Yeah. Problem solved. Hell yeah, brother. Select playlist. We can add it to chapters. You right here. Copy. Perfect. I'm gonna move it right here for a sec for monetization. And if there's like any other stuff, add suitability. Add an end screen. I'm gonna choose a specific video. Perfect. you guys want, we can like watch the video. I can like skip the parts we've already seen, but there's some interesting parts I added in. Add cards. Yeah, start. And then in the very end, I can add perfect. Add a card. Public. And publish. Okay. Unpopular opinion, but Batman's villains are more fun than Batman himself. I mean, the point of a villain is for the hero to bounce off of them, so I don't know what to tell you. That's a weird take. I'll be watching it all after this. I missed yesterday's kinda. I joined in for the initial reading of the chapter. Left because kind of the errands. Just got the notification for it. I slapped the shit out of a clown on the way into the chat. Hello, Cyber Demon. Even hotter takes. Scarecrow is better villain than the Joker. That's a wild take.
Yes. The two and that kiss. Wait. Oh, skip to morning. Skip to morning. Kazuya did look sleepy. It skipped to morning, and wouldn't you know it, it's back to the Valentine's chocolate. Literally, it's the loop. It's on purpose. It's literally trying to look the same on purpose. My girlfriend and the kiss? Wait, we're back to that? Wait, so that arc is like continuing? Here, I'm referring to Post Hawaiians, where there's an arc called The Girlfriend and the Kiss. And it goes on for multiple parts. That's that entire sequence where the 3-month time skip happens, and right after when they meet up, they clear stuff up, and then the investigation starts. We later found out that it's actually not the same title. One, for those who read the K-manga translations, there's actually no possessive in the language, so it doesn't say my. That's not actually there. This stems from the volume translations where they added this for some fucking reason, even though it's not there. You'll even notice this exact inconsistency when they translate the title to The Boyfriend and the Kiss, because now it's an actual correct translation, because this is K-manga translating it, and they don't have to stick to the consistency that was provided by the official volume translations. Whereas if you go to the earlier parts of the series, it'll continue saying my girlfriend, my ex, blah blah blah, all that stuff. You see what I mean? So they have to put my girlfriend here because it stays consistent with the official volume translations, which introduced a possessive that does not exist. So for anyone watching this video or reading the K-manga translations, understand it's supposed to be the. There's no possessive. So it's The Girlfriend. 2, the actual title of the arc is That Kiss and the Girlfriend. Whereas the title from the arc right after Hawaiians is The Kiss and the Girlfriend. They in particular add a sono before the kiss. Chapter 233 reads The Kiss to Kanojo, the kiss and the girlfriend. This one reads Sono to Kiss, that kiss and the girlfriend. So it is in fact different, which is why it doesn't have a part. It is not a continuation, it is its own chapter that is meant to mirror Kazuya's chapter from last week, which also has that kiss and the girlfriend. There is a sono in the previous chapter as well, but the title is written in reverse, so it'd be That Kiss and the Girlfriend, just as this one is The Boyfriend and the Kiss, but it's supposed to be That Kiss. There's a sono here. It's supposed to be specifically about this kiss, not any other kiss, not the Hawaiians kiss, not the CPR kiss, none of that stuff, specifically this one. It's literally on purpose. Reiji, dude. Oh, the two and that kiss. and Minnie is here again. I don't explain it here, so I'll just tell you right now. The two and that kiss refers to Kazuya and Minnie, if that wasn't already obvious. There's a lot of symbolism hidden in this cover as well. Chizuru has 2 empty seats right next to her. One belongs to Minnie, one belongs to Kazuya. She stares at the altar of her 2 dead grandparents, literally matching how Kazuya and Minnie are gone. The table also exactly has 2 objects on it, her phone and a key. As we see Chizuru sitting all alone in the cover, this is contrasted by Kazuya and Minnie being right next to each other. Minnie literally moves right next to Kazuya, contrasted by how now both of them are far away from her, and she sits alone, waiting for them. Whereas before Chizuru needed to move, now Chizuru is the one waiting. And so that kiss is the centerpiece between the two of them that's gonna bring them both back. Chizuru told me everything. Wait, Minnie texted. Why did she just fucking show up? What the hell? Wait, what the hell? Wait, this isn't adding up. This isn't adding up. This doesn't make sense.
I always
Have
wanted
you
to
guys
use
noticed
this
the
theme for
consistent
Minnie.
pattern where Reggie keeps...
So this is a theme from Melty Blood for Neko arc. I always wanted to use this theme for Minnie. I always found it fucking hilarious, and I'm like, it fits Minnie perfectly. Even though it's a cat themed, so I think it would work for Chizuru, but it's so goofy it works for Minnie.
doing something and then intentionally making it not make sense. I keep seeing this. I keep consistently seeing this, and I find that really fascinating. He's intentionally making things not make sense. Literally, you have the whole thing with Minnie, you get contradicting information, and then it suddenly just ends. You have the night walk home, and then it just suddenly just ends. You have all these things just happening, and they just happen, and they're confusing by design. It's definitely kind of run down, but it's spacious. Are you done moving? A few moments ago, we live super close, so I figured we could just do it here. The talk. Oh wow, we just skipped to Minnie moving out. Yeah, I like how Chizuru is letting them just move out, so that when they come back, it's their choice. Chizuru never stops them from leaving. Chizuru's-san told me everything. Let's drink. Everything? Then she knows about the kiss. No shot. No. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be super interesting. Okay. Mizuhara told her that's a really juicy topic though. The area is pretty quiet too. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. I'm already liking this. She's probably asked about every detail. She's heard, right? Wait a sec. I'm super curious now. Nagio's sweet buns. Notice how she went to Chizuru first, then she came to Kazuya. Whereas before she went to Kazuya first, then came to Chizuru. And then Minnie just casually walks into his home. How interesting. She barges into Chizuru's home, but with Kazuya, she knocks. Oh, I'm kind of liking what Reishi's cooking here. This is so subtle. And yes, we're going to play into the misunderstanding again. But we're going to see, I think what this is doing on purpose is challenging Kazuya's perception and telling him, yo, you got to stop seeing what other people are seeing and see what you want to see. And stop letting these people decide for you. Wait a sec, I'm super curious now. Here's your souvenir, master. Thanks. Literally similar to what she got Chizuru. I hope we have many good times to come. Anyways.
Yeah, your tone in the voiceover talking about Chizuru being alone is kind of menacing or eerie, like you were describing the history of a haunted house. That's by design. I even used horror music from Resident Evil. The song is called "My Lost Friend," and it's from Resident Evil. So that was completely by design. It's meant to be eerie because the cover is eerie.
He's coming in. Pardon me. Yeah. That's a ton of alcohol. What kind of alcohol is it? It's the Isekaya again. It's the Isekaya again. Bro, it's the Isekaya again. Holy shit. Oh my god, we're reenacting it. We're reenacting the Isekaya. I fucking told you. Now it's in Kazuya's place. Now it's gonna be in Kazuya's.
Who's ready for some funk?
Place. And what if Minnie texts Chizuru again? Sad alcohol, happy alcohol. What is it? Master, what you want to drink? Am I looking at the answer to the kiss? Wine, beer, highball, strong zero, Amamari, Chunso, Killinor. Don't worry about it too much. Ultimately, it didn't work out, but I personally think there's been major progress. It didn't work out. Did it really not work out? Wait a second. I know we're not dating, but she's the one who kissed me. Completely out of the blue. Wait a second. Kazi's gonna ask for the details, my man. This has to mean something. Wait a second, Yamori-san. Yes? What did Mizuhara say about what happened? Oh. Don't take it too seriously. It's just, an annoying thing popular girls do when they want lots of attention. She's such a handful. That's so funny. What? No way. That kiss was just her wanting attention. Minnie. Straight up. Isn't she echoing the audience? Straight up. Really? She's making herself seem more desirable. Think of it like getting stung by a bee, like a high fashion brand. Are all girls like that? Morrison, so. That was one hell of a sting. Wait a second. The kiss really had no meaning? So that fact that she rejected me is the only thing that remains? Don't be so sad. Okay, Kazuya's gonna have to. Oh, here we. This is so funny. No. Let's drink. You can drink and forget about everything. Look at the beer. What he's drinking now. Women are the absolute worst. I should just die. To be honest, I'm not happy with how things turned out either. Dude, fuck Minnie. Fuck Minnie, dude. Actually, straight up, fuck Minnie. She literally knew she didn't know everything. It's literally, we're reenacting the izakaya. It's literally what he's doing. It's on purpose. It's so on purpose. Isn't it interesting how Reishi is blatantly telling you Minnie's the problem?
Yes, but actually no.
Consider everything that happens, unlike Chizuru-san, to not take any responsibility on the date. That's because women are the absolute worst. I should just die. Come on, if you're gonna die, then at least do it in her arms in old age. I'm telling you that's never happening. Besides, how could she, be in love with me, but not enough to date me? Like, girl, what more do you want from me? Isn't it interesting how Kazuya can't see what he did wrong? That's what I mean. She admits that she has feelings, then this is past being stubborn. It's insincere. I don't know why you're a valley girl at this point. Does she seem like she put any serious thought into it? Like in her expression? Yeah, I think she was crying. I see. But this is impossible. I should just die. I mean, we've always lived in totally different worlds. How am I not supposed to go nuts when she kisses me like a bee in the taxi? She'll get with some handsome rich guy. Wait. Wait. He just fucking said it. I'm gonna be job hunting soon. I can't drop by any credits if I want to graduate. If I were a hamster, I could be running in circles forever and ever for Mizuhara. You really love her. Well, I get it. She's an amazing actress. Whatever she's truly thinking gets lost in the shadows in her genius, no matter how far you go. Wait, what did you just say? Huh?
This made me so. I love this edit.
No, not that. What?
I love this edit.
You mean about the kiss? Why are you wasting time here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
I really wanted to put Ace Attorney music.
What's happening? You're freaking me out. You kissed when? When I was moving. You didn't know? No, I didn't. Chizuru-san never said anything about that. Then I think about it. She was acting real weird. Wait a sec. Yamori-san didn't know? Mizuhara was hiding and she was hiding the kiss then. You moved yesterday after Odaiba, right? This should be the final result of the research then. She went out of her way not to string you along, but that kiss shows she made up her mind. The fact that she was hiding it is the biggest proof there is. There's no other way to explain it. Literally, it's the Chizuru scene in reverse. It's the Chizuru scene in reverse. I fucking said it. You can date Chizuru-san, master. Master! I was just thinking the same thing. Yes, I know. Yeah, right. Woohoo! I can do it. This can work. It's a guarantee. I'm gonna go get some beer. It's time to celebrate. Sorry for hitting you the lead of the moment. That was uncalled for. Literally, it's the same thing in reverse. It's so peak. Okay, right? We look like we were looping, and then Kazuya just blurts it out. Okay, right? Minnie snapped him the fuck out of it. Bitch, wake up. This was one of our earliest predictions. This was one of our earliest predictions that Minnie would just, yo, Kazuya, what the?
I think that's the big part I wanted to show off. I really like that portion. I had a lot of fun editing that portion, so I really wanted to show it. Just that portion where I'm just fucking popping off and losing my shit. and I played the goddamn Ace Attorney music. I didn't get the normal cornered music from Ace Attorney. I got the music that was I specifically got the music that was from Marvel versus Capcom 3, where it's like way more intense. It's like it's literally the music that plays in Ace Attorney when they fucking figure out the case and they're like, cornered, I've got you, objection. That's literally the music that fucking plays. So I'm like, okay, it makes so much sense for Minnie when she's literally piecing it all together. I need to put Ace Attorney music there where she literally figures it the fuck out. Like, it's too perfect. I needed to fucking do that. And I'm like, I don't care how cringe it turns out. Like, it's too peak. It literally needs to work. There's nothing else too crazy. I just kind of trimmed down a decent portion of stuff. I moved some stuff around. Like when we talk about the next time, that was like way later in the stream. I like cut that out and just put it back in and just moved it there. And I think that's roughly it. I have work tomorrow. After work, I'm not sure what to do. I guess I could focus on writing a little bit. Yeah, I'm debating. Should I like trim down the streams a little more? Because there's a good decent amount of stuff in streams I could be trimming down and turning into videos. But then there's also like an essay I could like write and finish up and organize. So that's something I could do. And considering I just uploaded today, I think today is like an okay day to stop. I also should write my Twitter post. I've yet to write my Twitter post. I kind of put that off for today. I feel like once I take a small break, I should end up writing it. And that's probably a good idea. The prediction was that Minnie would confront Chizuru when she finds out about the kiss, but slapping Kazuya is actually a better outcome in my opinion. Yeah, totally. I think what's great about this is that she's not confronting Chizuru. She's confronting herself. Minnie realized her own illusions that she was making. Minnie didn't really resolve anything. She realized how she fucked up. I think that's what makes this work so well, is like Minnie really realized how she fucked up, not anyone else. She's the one who screwed the pooch. She's the one who kind of threw it out the window. My theory didn't come true, but the slap is far better too. Hey, that kind of rhymed. Yeah. No, I think it was for the best, to be honest. Minnie kind of got her own wake up call, and like I talked about earlier, it's kind of like a reference to Finding Nemo, where Minnie has that epiphany moment, or sorry, where she comes back to her senses like Dory does. It's very clearly like a reference to Finding Nemo. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm wondering if I should just like take a break for the rest of the day, or if I feel like it, I can write. I'm like wondering if I'm just putting off writing, or if I'm actually tired. I can't tell which it is. I can't tell if I'm like putting off the writing or if I'm just tired. Maybe it's a bit of both. It's probably a bit of both. Part of me wants to put off the writing and part of me wants to actually write. But now they're going to celebrate. What's the next prediction? Oh, the next prediction is that it's going to be the reverse of the Isekaya. So they're either going to invite Chizuru, because Chizuru asked if she could come last time. This time they're either going to invite Chizuru or they're going to go to her. I could see Minnie taking Kazuya to Chizuru. I could totally see Minnie taking Kazuya to Chizuru. And it would be interesting if Kazuya and Chizuru end up actually having a fight this time, because last time they didn't have a fight. Or they get together. You never know. Like I think Reiji kind of set up for a fight a little bit, where they kind of let everything air out. They air everything out, and it feels like that's kind of being set up. And with Kazuya being drunk, it's clear he's more vulnerable to letting out his feelings. So it feels like, Minnie's probably gonna say something like, due to it being a certain victory, like we can go to Chizuru's house. Maybe they text Chizuru and they're like, we want to come over. And Chizuru's like, okay, sure. And they go over. You see what I mean? So that could work. What if Kazuya asking Chizuru is he can come over? Yeah, what if Kazuya goes there? But I kind of feel like Minnie's gonna go too. I kind of feel like Minnie might go too. Just an impression. I don't know why. I kind of feel like Minnie might end up going too. If she doesn't, cool, great. I think there are many interferences along the way, and Minnie takes the bullet for all of them so Kazuya can get there. Damn. That would be interesting. Would be cool if Kazuya is back to the castle whilst drunk, fights a bit, and 2 seconds later laugh and start making out. Yeah, yeah, that was also one of my guesses, right? They fight for a little bit, and after the fight, 2 seconds later they laugh it off. What if Psycho did a collab with Rent a Girlfriend that would spend $500 for Chizuru watch, like how they did with Quintessential Topless? Jesus Christ, no, no. I actually don't spend much on collaborations. I'll be real. I don't really spend much on collaborations. The only things I've spent on are like things that directly support Reiji or something I've really liked. I don't spend on watches or perfumes or like any of that stuff. Like, even though I'm curious, like what do the characters fucking smell like because they made a perfume. I'm curious. I'm not gonna, if it's like fucking $100, I'm not spending that much. Minnie drunk, go to her. Kazuya also drunk, starts running. Random bystander, run Forrest, run. Reiji makes a reference to Forrest Gump. That'd be crazy. What if during Kazuya's move back, they fall on each other again, but this time they go for it? How about a Reiji themed perfume? That'd be weird. That would be quite weird, actually. Wouldn't really do much. There's also the Ruka project I have to finish. There's a lot on my plate. I think what I'll do is I'll take today to just kind of plan it out. That might be a good idea. Just like plan out what I want to do, what I want to create in the meantime, and then kind of organize. Considering I just uploaded, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't need to like immediately upload anything right away, right after this. I can take my time a little bit. I should also, yeah, at 6:46, I need to head to bed early today because I got to get up super early tomorrow. So maybe I'll take this like extra hour to just kind of plan, maybe write a little bit or something. Chizuru on a perfume bottle. As someone whose family closely watches my expenses, I can't buy these things, and that sucks. Damn, that sucks, bro. I've been trying to be more mindful of my expenses because I'm kind of like, I spend most of this. I'm the guy who pays for most of the stuff. Thoughts on Love is War? It's good, but it's not as supremely peak as everyone loves to say it is. Kaguya is okay. Kaguya is okay. I think it starts great. I think its comedy is really good. I've just never really clicked with its drama. I've just never really vibed with Kaguya's drama and how it executes drama. I liked the ending of the film. I didn't like most of the film itself. Everything from the film I didn't like. I also heard like later in the story it gets kind of mid. I know people love the shit out of what's his name? Ishigami. I love the shit out of Ishigami. I don't really vibe with him. I thought his story felt a little forced. I think that's the big thing I can say about Akka's writing. Is like Akka's writing is good, but sometimes it can feel hella forced. It can feel extra forced. But the anime is very creative, especially like the rap battle. They had a fucking rap battle. That's sick. Like when I was watching that, I'm like, bro, that's kind of cool. And I think it's made it a little hard to appreciate too in some ways. It's made it how hyped Kaguya-sama has made it a little hard to appreciate at time. And so I have to kind of remove myself from the anime community to kind of appreciate it because they just love to glaze the shit out of this show. When I'm just like, it's good, it's well adapted, it's well animated, but it's not like god tier. Like, at least for me. I don't think Kanokari would really work as a rap battle, but yeah, maybe. I need Kazuya to do an Impractical Jokers bit on Umi as revenge. Why? What did Umi do to him? We don't even know what fucking Umi didn't really do much to Kazuya. Besides apparently confess to the girl he knew he liked. That's the only thing. But other than that, Umi didn't really do much. If anything, like Umi not doing anything should be like a fucking sign. Umi doesn't do anything. Kazuya drunk. Life is like a box of chocolates. Bro, that'd be kind of funny. He did live rent free in Kazuya's head. He did. He's the embodiment of Kazuya's insecurity. It depends on the rapper, to be honest. I don't want King Von to make the Rent a Girlfriend album. There was a dude who did a rap battle for Rent a Girlfriend, or not a rap battle, but he did a rap. He did a rap for Chizuru. I forgot it. I'd have to find it. It's a really interesting video. There is a rap, like it's an official one too. It's straight up an official one. Like some dude did like a Japanese rap for Chizuru, and it was actually kind of cool. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop for now. I'm a little tired, and I'm beat. When they kiss again, cue careless whispers. So, yeah. Okay. So I think I'm done for today, guys. It was fun, but I'm kind of done for the day. I'm kind of burned. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. I hope you enjoyed the stream. For those who are new, consider subscribing, like button, bell icon, all that fun stuff, all the other things. Take care. See you later, and remember, let's mosey. Woo. Yeah, I need rest, that's for sure. I need rest.